Oh man, I forgot to do my countdown. Hold on, I'm gonna do it anyway. Go to valleyindy.org, scroll down the main section for our complete schedule. Yeah, we are live. Hey, everybody. I'm Eugene Driscoll of valleyindy.org. I'll play it again. I don't care. Trying desperately to raise $10,000 for valleyindy.org so that we can continue to bring you high quality, professionally produced news and information about your community. We cover Ansonia, Derby, and the town of Seymour. Yeah, and I will ride that hype train, ladies and gentlemen. The donations have slowed down a little bit. Doesn't look like we've qualified for any happy hour prizes. That's okay. This is a tough time to give. People are on their way home. So far, we have raised... when was this? At one point, it was $1,000. Let me refresh that over here. 41% to goal, $4,070, 61 donors, which is nice. It's been about an hour or so since we've had anybody donate. Our most recent donors were Alan Tima, Dylan Carlson, Carol Kirby, Paul Wedowitz, and Mary Horrible. Thank you so much. Horbal. Apologies. Thank you for your donations. You can see our schedule tonight. In a couple of minutes, we're going to have Jim Gildea join, right? I'm sorry if I'm bouncing and shaking my head a little bit. It's hard to do this alone. Not easy. 8:30 p.m., we're going to have the Ansonia Budget Q&A. That's with Kurt Miller. There is a public hearing underway right now. Oh, wow. It's probably deep into it. 6:45 already. The Ansonia Boat public hearing began at 6:30. Did Ansonia put that? Did they stream that by any chance? Imagine that. That would be an awesome meeting to stream. I'm of the belief that all municipal meetings should be streamed. Not saying you can't. No, they haven't had anything. I just think, let me check YouTube. It's very easy to stream meetings, so more people would watch. You can have your meetings in person, but I think streaming them is really beneficial, especially when you have an organization like the Valley Indy that could actually share it. And Ansonia, for some reason, only puts up their board of aldermen. So there's nothing. They got Wolfman versus Dracula, Paracon at the Ansonia Armory, Zombies Invade Ansonia, but not tonight's public hearing on the proposed budget. One of the questions I'll ask, Team Cassetti is supposed to be in here tomorrow at 1 p.m. I know Derby has a similar situation where they spent thousands on a system that's supposed to make it possible to stream meetings, but they don't either. I think in Seymour, again, it seems to be only the Board of Selectmen, I think. I don't know. I come from Somers, New York. Yeah, it was a wealthier town. But even in the 80s, literally in the 1980s, they would put their meetings live on local access cable. And not just the town board, not just the legislative body, but all meetings. You could watch your planning and zoning. It was all streamed. I think that's something the Valley is definitely decades behind the times on. I'm not sure why. Anyway, The Great Give, if you go to thegreatgive.org right now, you can post or you can donate to the nonprofit of your choosing. There are hundreds to support. If you've caught any of this stream, You've heard from some of the nonprofit leaders directly. We had, should I go through the whole thing? We had, if you look on Facebook under, this is now part 3. First guest was at 9 a.m. this morning. I've had a guest at the top of every hour from 9 a.m. on, and we'll continue that way. I mean, we're giving Kurt Miller extra time in case there's a lot of questions about the Ansonia budget, and also Kurt Miller can talk a lot. So he's got sort of an evening blocked off. And I figured that's something newsy to do. And then at 10 o'clock, we're going to have my buddy Mondo Creepy on to talk about the Mandalorian with Dave Lenart. We're going to end on just pure fluff entertainment. If anybody has comments or questions or anything you want to say, go ahead and put it in the chat if you're on YouTube or Facebook, and I'll share it on the screen and address any concerns you might have. Checking out the Great Give. So we were in hour 11 total, I guess. So 6,638 donors, 1.37, well, close to $1.38 million raised, 490 organizations. So almost 1.3, little over $1.3 million raised. That's pretty amazing. Thank you, Valley Community Foundation for Greater New Haven for putting this on. Give Gab for making a seamless back end where we can accept these donations. There's no way one day on my own I could accept donations and process donations like this. Let's check out the leaderboards. Wow, there's been a big change in the leaderboards. You can see a lot of these are not necessarily based in the Valley. These are based in New Haven, larger city, larger pool of potential donors. We've got the first local one that I am aware of is Adams House. We had them on at 10 a.m. today. If you look around our Facebook page or valleyindy.org or Valley Indy YouTube, look for Valley Indy Great Give Livestream Part 1. They come in about 2 hours into that stream. I did start this morning at 7:45, and I went 5 minutes without realizing I was muted. Sorry about that. Then going down the list, looking for some more. Center Stage Theater, 67 donors, has raised $10,000 and change. Congratulations so far on the wonderful Center Stage Theater in Shelton. These are all just every one of these is top flight, wonderful organization. Feeding the hungry, housing the homeless. Doing it all. Diapering babies. Massaro Community Farm with 48 donors, $5,000. They're right over the border there, bordering Ansonia. We've heard a lot today about food insecurity in the Valley. So you'll see things like Connecticut Food Share is closing in on $5,000. Habitat for Humanity, right? And there's us. Number 82, Valley Independent Sentinel with our 4,061 donors. So that's pretty cool. Oh, then the Boys and Girls Club of the Lower Naugatuck Valley has had 14 donors. These will all pick up as the night goes on. BH Care does a lot of important work in Lower Naugatuck Valley. They have closing in on $3,500. Team Inc. Hear about them all the time. David Morgan and the gang at Team Inc. and all they do. $3,260. And I think you can, there's amount raised and then there's donors, so there's like Julia Day. I had them on. Please, you should donate to Julia Day Nursery and Kindergarten. They've been in the Valley for 100 years, do important work with our young people, Pre-K is hugely important. So I'm just 6:52. My next guess is going to be, Jim Gildea. I forgot to eat. Vet Fuel, that's a Valley one. So, and again, if you go to thegreatgive.org, you can click leaderboards. Like, let's say you want to support an organization that hasn't had any donations yet, Very easy to do. Just go to thegreatgive.org, click leaderboards, and it'll, by default, will display by amount raised from highest to lowest, but you can also go the other way and go by least amount of donors to the most. So there's tons that could use some people's generosity out there, including I see, Valley Arts Council, that's local, Oxford Land Trust, Pop Warner Football. Just looking for some local ones right there. Echo Hose, Hook and Ladder, Ambulance Corps, that's in Shelton. They've had 3 donations so far. So there's definitely a lot of Seymour Ambulance Association, $100 with 3 donations. Derby Neck Library Association, we're going to have Chrissy Warringer, their new head librarian, on tomorrow morning. They have 2 donations. So there's a lot of, and like I said, Vet Fuel, there's a lot of Valley nonprofits that could use a little help right now. And that's what the Great Give is about. These are because a lot of these organizations, they're filling very specific needs that maybe is not getting fully funded by the government and things like that. That's where these nonprofits step up and fill in the gaps. You know what I'm saying? I hope you do. And again, if you want to support the Valley Indy, I don't know, last year, I think we hit our goal by day 1. I think, or maybe it was the year before. It does feel like, the donations are coming in much slower than they were in years past. That could be a combination of, people don't know the Great Give is happening. Valley Indy Facebook doesn't reach the same amount of people as it used to. I see the Town of Seymour Police Department sent out something to Facebook. I did not receive, Eugene Driscoll, no press releases from the Seymour Police Department. Looking under Valley Independent Sentinel, I have received nothing from the Seymour Police Department announcing this arrest from 2 hours ago. So I don't know how they distribute their information, but let's take a look at Facebook. All right, you can see that. On Tuesday, May 3rd, members of the Seymour Police Department Detective Bureau and others executed a search and seizure warrant at Manners Avenue in Seymour. Warrant was issued after investigation into illegal narcotic activity. They seized cocaine, heroin, and other evidence such as scales and packaging material. Department of Children and Families was notified and will be assisting with the couple's 3 children. Doesn't say the ages. Woodbridge Animal Control responded to the scene and took custody of 2 dogs and several other animals. So we got a Brian McDougall charged with risk of injury, possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal possession of a firearm. Also charged with a warrant for failing to appear. Beverly Walsh charged with risk of injury to a child, use of drug paraphernalia, possession of narcotics with intent to sell. She also got reckless endangerment, possession of drug paraphernalia near a school. That's interesting that one person got charged with that, but the other didn't. I wonder, maybe it was undercover by. I don't know. And possession of narcotics within 200 feet of a school. Both are being held at the Seymour Police Department. Okay, all right. I'm glad I was searching through. So that was from 2 hours ago. See how Facebook works? I've checked our Facebook feed less than 2 hours ago. That's why I always implore our towns to not just rely on Facebook, because it's just by chance that the public sees some of these things. Well, here's a video from the Derby Historical Society from 9 hours ago. Again, you know what? Because I'm not sorting by most recent.
Welcome a group of students back to a day in 1762. For anyone that's not familiar, a day in 1762 is our Living History program. This program introduces students to what colonial life would be like, the year that David Humphreys was 10 years old. Here we have two of our docents. Say hi, guys. They're getting ready to welcome our kids in. This is Dawn. She is our head docent, and we have Miss Sandy. She's been with us for a bunch of years, and they are excited to have the kids back, getting ready to get everything set up. Good morning, Diana. We're setting up the fire. So with your donation, that helps students come in here. They get to experience a day in the 1700s. They get to see what our life was like. They get to learn about David Humphreys. The students participate in workshops. They get to learn how to spin, how to weave, how to cook, and your donation helps make this program affordable to all students. If you visit our page on The Great Give, you'll see that a donation of $350 would bring an entire class in to participate in this program. But of course, any donation helps. It helps us maintain our building, it helps us with our supplies, and it helps us bring the students in. So we are getting really excited here today. We're about to welcome a big group in, and that's what we're preparing for. And we will come back live later and give you a look at what's going on here. Thank you so much.
That was very cool. I'm going to post the donation link to the Derby Historical Society in one moment, and Jim Gildea is supposed to be here momentarily, who is also, in fact, there's a picture of him I'm looking at right now on the Great Give website. But first and foremost, here is the link to donate to the Derby Historical Society on the Great Give website. I'm going to put it in the comments. Donate! Boom! There it is right there. Now I'm interested to see what other live videos Derby Historical Society did today. So that's where Facebook is tricky. I've been checking out Facebook all day, and that did not come up on my feed. Excuse me. Let's go to videos. Well, I'm not seeing another one after that, but if I go to videos live, oh, perhaps that was the only one they published today. So good. Not good, but you know what I mean. I thought I missed a bunch. All right, going to stop sharing that. Here is actually Jim Gildea has just arrived in our back room studio thing, and I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. Let me get this going. This will stop in about 10 minutes. I don't know how to turn. Once I get it going, I can't turn it off. Unless I get like one of my kids down here. 9 more minutes. All right, no, I'm just kidding. Hi, Jim Gildea. Welcome to the Valley Indy Great Give 2023 live stream, part 3.
All right, listen, you can't be tired. You got like another 36 to 24 to go, Gene. Come on.
I know. Yeah, I'm getting old. 49 years. This is just, I don't know what I was thinking. I put on a hat because I'm so self-conscious. My hairline, I'm noticing, is like back here now. I don't know when that happened.
Well, listen, you're 49. You still have more than 50% of it. You're doing just fine.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Let me adjust your mic settings real quick. So, Jim Gildea. I
just want to notice that I went all out there, right? You see my wall. You see my 2 Valley Indy shirts in the background.
Oh, yeah. It kind of looks like the one over, what is it, your left shoulder? Yeah, that looks like a mistaken design. And then we got it right with the other one because the font is too small. I'm going to blame that one. That must be the one Ethan designed, the one that's too small. Sorry about that.
If you notice, they still have the tags on them. You know, my grandfather always used to tell me, he'd say, Jim, save your baseball cards. It's going to be worth money someday. So I'm keeping the tags on those babies. They're going to be worth money someday.
Yeah, I don't know how they'll be worth money. Hopefully I don't go down in infamy, but okay, if you say so. Yeah. I don't even have any Valley Independent Sentinel t-shirts at this point. I wore them to death.
Well, I thought this was going to go a different way, Gene. I thought I was going to be in the Driscoll compound having a couple pizzas from Roseland while we drank a few Modelo's, doing this in the studio office. But, that's okay. Next year.
Yeah, the studio office. I do have a tiny office up in Seymour that I never go to. But yeah, I took basically everything you see behind me. I mean, with the exception of some of the books, are just things I stole from my children. It's my daughter's LED lights going across the bottom. Whenever she comes down here, she gets angry. It's my daughter's Stranger Things, because I guess if you're online and streaming, you have to have some type of dorky, whatever these things are called. I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, yeah, the PlayStation thing over this shoulder, stole it from my son. It's all just children's stuff. My daughter's cell phone holder, the whole thing is just a fraud. And that's why people should donate .valleyindy.org.
There you go. No one would ever say my Valley Indy shirts are dorky, though, behind me.
No, never. No, you wear that and it's automatic respect. Wait, this is so rude. I've got my donation thing going. But you're involved in so much, Jim. I know I just stumbled across, while I went live again, the Derby Historical Society is one of the many beneficiaries of today's great give. And I know you're very involved with the Derby Historical Society. So did you want to start off talking about the Derby Historical Society?
Yeah, I'll do that really quick. So I will tell you, I'm fortunate to do a lot of things. One of the coolest things I do, though, is I'm vice president of the Derby Historical Society. And I'm going to tell you, there's not a time that I don't go into that David Humphrey's house and still get chills up my spine. And I don't know if it's the history or the ghost, Gene. I have no idea. But somewhere along the line, I get chills. Listen, it's been a tough. COVID was hard for a lot of nonprofits, especially nonprofits that relied on people coming into the house. So we struggled like anybody else has, and so certainly, we could use whatever help we can get. I will tell you another plug here for the Valley Community Foundation. They have just carried us. They have sustained us. They have been critical to our lifeblood. And so certainly if anybody's in a position to help the Derby Historical Society, I think is just a great vehicle maintaining local history.
Yeah. And is there any new programs underway or any particular goal the Historical Society has with today's great give?
Well, I'm going to tell you. So first and foremost, we are finally getting back to a date in 1762, which is really our flagship program, and it takes our fifth grade classes into the school. It really shows them what life would have been like in 1762. I will tell you that our flagship educational program. I will tell you that super happy. Seymour really came back in droves. They're sending about 5 classes to us. So Derby has now come back. We're hoping that Ansonia will come back soon. So I will tell you the day in 1762 is our flagship program, and there's a whole bunch of costs associated with that. Another thing I'll just mention, and quite frankly, we'll need a lot of help for this. We bought the Reverend Richard Mansfield house on Jewett Street recently. And if you were to say to me, Jim, who do you think are the two most historical kind of people from that time frame? I would tell you David Humphreys and the Reverend Richard Mansfield, who still to this day really has the longest parsonage, the longest service to the clergy in the state of Connecticut. So we did buy his house. Needs a ton of work. We have to refurbish that thing, that house, and restore it. So we're going to definitely be coming to the public for help on the Mansfield house. That's a huge undertaking.
Yeah. When did you make that purchase?
Oh boy, we made that purchase probably right around last spring. So just about a year, and we've been working with architects. We've been working as a group. We've really trying to, I think our first step, Gene, is to establish what the vision is and how we see it, kind of fitting in. We also took some time to go through the city of Ansonia to allow us to move the house to the Elm Street site. And Kurt Miller, by the way, coming up after me. I've done some of my best podcast work with Kurt, but certainly Kurt and John Marini were helpful in that process.
Boy, you got to mention Marini too. Oh, great, wonderful.
The man has nice hair. Speaking of hair, Gene, the man has nice hair.
He has stunning hair, and he won't share any of his secrets, no matter how many times I ask. And he won't share this Ansonia budget. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I have a draw. I didn't get that though. I got the WADS thing. I'm not a radio guy.
You just got it at 7:01, correct? If I read the paper.
Right. Yeah. But the first thing I'm going to do, I've got, well, he's probably, I don't know if he's still in his meeting. I've got some things planned for Kurt Miller. That's all I have to say. I have some things planned. It's going to get weird. It's either going to be very awkward or very funny. There'll be no in between.
Well, like I said, I've done some good podcasts usually with Kurt, it's funny. It falls in on the funny side.
Right. Yeah. But you need time to breathe between. If you get Miller in there, forget about it. And then like I did text Rick Dunn, he's been under the weather. I didn't hear back asking him if he wanted to come on to harass Kurt Miller. I'm checking my texts, but yeah, he hasn't come on. But
imagine doing a podcast with me, Kurt, and Dawn all at the same time. Holy shit! Holy cow! Who would talk?
Yeah, that would be good. I should do that. If I had half a brain, I would just make that the schedule for tomorrow, and then I could just take a nap, and you guys would get through half of one topic. Yeah, but all right, so that's the Derby Historical Society, and again, like the purpose of these interviews is really to turn it over to the interview subject. So I don't really guide. Oh, is there anything? What do you want to touch upon next? And you're a guy. You're in everything. Like we could talk about Derby politics. We could talk about the trains. We could talk about I don't know, just anything. Not the Mandalorian. That's for 10 p.m. with Dave Lenart.
Oh wait, so we listen. I thought we were going to talk. Kiss, unmasked versus makeup. Which version is better?
I have it. My Gene Simmons thing is partially hidden, but I've got my Fangoria magazine cover where they put Gene Simmons on there. Long live Kiss.
So you would say you're a Gene Simmons fan more than a Paul Stanley fan?
I mean, as a kid, I was obsessed with Gene Simmons, and then as you grow older and you start to hear him talk, and he sells I guess at the end of the day, Paul Stanley is more likable. Although they're all kind of jerks when it comes down to it. I can't pay attention to their personalities. I just like their original music of the original.
I think once you hit 70 plus, everybody becomes nicer, Gene.
Yeah, well, they're all like grumpy, and like Paul Stanley had a weird tweet the other day. Ace Frehley had some time. I mean, Ace Frehley's still mad about stuff. They're all kind of wacky. Well, what are you gonna do?
I'd be mad if I was Ace Frehley losing out on that cash cow too.
Yeah. Did you ever see his interview with Tom Snyder where they went on the whatever it was called, the Late Show with Tom Snyder in like the late 70s? It's very much, if you ever want to get lost in a YouTube wormhole, Google Ace Frehley on Tom Snyder. You can see, because they're all in their makeup. This was at the height of their powers, the height of their popularity. They were still young guys, but Ace Frehley is just so he just can't keep it together. And you can see Gene, dressed as the demon. He's so angry at the way Ace Frehley's behaving.
I can see that. Now that you mentioned that,
okay, it's good. Yeah.
Yes, 100%. I saw that.
It was a bootleg for a long time, but now with the internet, you can just type it in and see it at any point. But for a long time, it was like traded on VHS tapes. Like I saw it on a VHS tape in high school at some part, a collection of random bootlegs like that. But all right, yeah. So we talked about Kiss. How about that? Donate.valleyindy.org. Connecticut Post not talking about Kiss.
Not at all.
Maybe they'll post pictures from the Met Gala. I don't do that.
Not at all. And listen, for the record, though, I will tell you, I came in on the Paul. So listen, Gene's a little, definitely a little odd. But anybody who sells caskets, kissing blazing caskets. But so I would tell you, I came in on the Paul Stanley. I think he really ran the band behind the scenes. So there you go. That's my 2 cents on that.
There's another thing I would recommend, and this is inappropriate, but Howard Stern used to have on this guy, I believe he's a stand-up comic named Craig Guest or something like that. And he did like a dead-on Gene Simmons impersonation, and they had him together in the studio, and it's very, very funny. And Craig Guest basically tries to sell Gene Simmons air. He's just selling everything in the room because that's Gene Simmons. So that's very funny as well.
All right. So if you did want to segue over to a few other things, I will tell you that from a train perspective, what is interesting about the Waterbury line, I'll put 2 things out there about the Waterbury line that are forthcoming that I think are pretty big news. So the 7 daily trains were introduced over June, and in the last 9 months, the Waterbury branch has exceeded. And it's the only line that could say this, right? The little train that could running through the valley. The Waterbury line has exceeded the COVID numbers on 2 different months now. And on any given month, they're about 95 to 98% of the pre-COVID aligned numbers. So without question, the Waterbury branch is, in my opinion, as far as attracting returning ridership, is doing the best. So there are 7 additional trains, and I would encourage people in the Valley sincerely to check out the new schedule. I was just talking to a person the other day who said, "Yeah, Jim, the train just doesn't work for me." And I sent that person a train schedule, the new train schedule, and they were really astounded, truthfully, at how easy it is to connect. So I would tell you that's a big deal from the Waterbury line. I would tell you another 2 big deals forthcoming are the Derby Shelton train station. They're doing the design work associated with the $12.3 million upgrade at the Derby Shelton train station, which will be new platforms, new lighting, parking lot, security measures. I think that will EV charging. So I really think that will be transformational. And then we just found out that the state of Connecticut got a federal grant to if you ever taken the train in Beacon Falls or Seymour and Ansonia and Derby, all those platforms are on the ground. So the train, they're not handicapped accessible. They're all on the ground. So they just got a federal grant to replace all of the train platforms. So they will be a full length platform with heated platforms, with the lighting, handicapped accessibility, and that too will really take this line to the next level, and I really think will be an economic boon for all of the downtowns, being able to consistently count on trains.
And do you know when the rehab of the Derby train station is going to start?
Bureaucracy moves slow, boy.
25 years from now.
I would tell you, I would tell you that it's if they hopefully started in 2025-ish, which really isn't that long away. Listen, we waited 11 when I first got on the council. We used to do these. Speaking of Rick Dunn, he and I partnered a lot. The train service was terrible. So it did take 11 years. It goes quick in retrospect. So I would tell you, hopefully 2025 it starts, 2028 it's done. I mean, so and for some people that seems out there, but if you realize how archaic this line was just 10 years ago, another 5 years is not terrible.
Yeah, it's good to see there's progress. You're breaking up a little. Hopefully it's not. I'm hoping it's your connection and not the fact that my StreamYard is gumming up, because I still have to do 19,000 hours of this. Not a big deal, but I'm just letting you know. How about, do you want to talk about Derby schools a little bit? You just had your budget adopted. I guess go ahead.
That was really huge news, Gene. We had asked for just a little over $20 million this year. So for us, that was an $800 and just about $23,000 increase. And historically, we have not received a whole bunch of funding here, and what we've had to do is pull from our grants that are designed to allow us to do extra things. Early interventionist coaches, add on to, bolster our curriculum department. And so a lot of times that's what that grant money is for. Well, we don't always get to use it for that. So this year, I will tell you that it was a good year. We asked for $823,000, and the mayor had recommended a $200,000 increase. The tax board then layered on another $223,000. And I really think the most relevant thing there was the vote was 8-1. So it was really just
to give more money to the schools.
Give the Board of Ed more money. Yes, Gene. 8-1 to give the Derby Board of Education an additional $223,000. And anytime, you get that level of a bipartisan vote, you have to feel good, because unfortunately, too many times in local politics, there's a partisanship, but completely, bipartisan. Now, if you took the 200,000 the mayor recommended, plus the 223 that the town gave us, we also got $400,000 additional in our Alliance/ECS grant. So when you couple that all together, we did arrive at the $823,000 that we asked for. So this year we were able to say, with grants and with the city's generosity, that we were able to fully fund the Board of Education budget. And I want to point out that even with some of the financial struggles that we had, we have seen some really remarkable progress here. Both of our elementary schools have been designated as schools of distinction. Our test scores, we're only two, I think, of only two schools in our economic reference group saw both their math and their ELA scores increase during COVID. And I certainly think a big part of that was staying in school. Last night, we found out that last night we celebrated our middle school principal for being principal of the year, statewide principal of the year. So I would just tell you, I'm so proud of our school system. I'm so proud of all the employees here who just come to work every day and do good things.
And one thing I wanted to ask you about the Alliance District you brought up, one thing that's been said at the BOAT meetings over the past 2 years while BOAT reviews the Board of Education's budget is that Alliance District is being used for things it's not supposed to be used for. It sounds like the grant, according to what's been said at some of these meetings, has been used for, instead of school reform efforts, it's been used for operational dollars, the things that the city is supposed to fund. How is that happening? Because it sounds like if that's being done, the state should come in and take that money back if it's not following the rules outlined in the grants.
So the budget, the Alliance grant, is not supposed to be used to supplant your operating budget. To your point, it is. It is. I mean, we would be cutting. We would probably be cutting so many other worthwhile programs if we didn't have the Alliance. So we would probably be decimating our curriculum department, for example. A fair amount of our curriculum staffing comes out of the grants like that. I think at this point, the state, I'm not happy. I think at this point, I think unless a Board of Education is really, complaining about it and really going to the state, I don't think they're really focusing a lot of attention on that. So, we make do with what we have. We use grants that we're not supposed to use to supplant our operational budget. We do the best we can, and our dedicated professionals just move that ball across the goal line every day, and we don't complain too much.
And then I would assume, we have a story coming that Jody Mosier started writing. Jody Gill, I keep calling her by her maiden name because I'm a moron. Jody Gill put together like a month ago, but I didn't get a chance to do a final edit of it. The state is keeping an eye on Alliance District districts, their Alliance District schools. They know how you're using the money. It's not like you're going behind their back. They review dollar for dollar how the money is being spent. So it's not like this is sneaky, but it's just surprising to me that it's just, what if the Alliance District goes away? What if that extra funding dries up? That's what we're all terrified of, right? By us, I mean Derby taxpayers.
Yeah, that is huge. I have heard people say, gee whiz, Derby shouldn't be in there. We should try to drop our Alliance District designation. And I will tell you, that's paying it's like a $2 million, all the grants that we get are like a $2 million bucket. So, our school system would be, unless the city is prepared to kind of make that money up, that is a dangerous cliff to wish upon a city. And it's certainly one of those things where you got to be careful what you wish for, because that would be devastating for our town if we were to lose that.
But there's no sign, the state hasn't given any indication, hey, we want to end this extra funding we're giving you?
As of now, no, I would say we have not seen anything that would lead me to think that, gee whiz, in a year you have to worry. And I will tell you, things like some of the ARPA funds or some of the, ESSER funds, there is a time frame associated with that and spending that. But that, those funds have typically been for the extra. So I would tell you, I'm not at this point worried about the Alliance grant, Gene, falling off the cliff.
Okay, so we've talked about the Derby Historical Society and things that are going on there and how people should go to thegreatgift.org to support the Derby Historical Society. That's happening today. We talked about the rock band Kiss. You prefer Paul Stanley over Gene Simmons. I'm not going to argue with you there. There's not really an argument to be made. We talked about Alliance District funding and Derby Public Schools. Trains, we talked about improved rail service coming to the Naugatuck Valley and improvements being made, slated to be made for multi-millions of dollars at the various train stations. Can we turn to Derby politics briefly? The Great Give, I don't usually go. I don't go too political because it's not really the purpose of these things. But I got to ask you, because I have you, right? Because you ran under Mayor Zekin, you ran on his ticket. You've been a Republican, but then you weren't a Republican. I'm not. Where do you stand right now in your local political party affiliation, if I may ask?
So I will tell you that you're right. I think I was intimately, maybe not intimately involved, Gene, but I was pretty involved in Rich's last two elections. Certainly the last one on a very upfront day-to-day basis. I have run on the Republican ticket going back to my first election in 1987 when I ran for the Board of Aldermen, and I did run. And people don't realize this. When I won my first seat on the Board of Education in 1992, I was actually an independent. I didn't run on either party. That was the year that Jack Marquito ran on the coalition party. And so I ran as an independent. Ever since then, I've been on the Republican Party. Having said that, I am an independent. I'm currently an independent, as probably more than 50% of the candidates on the Republican Party. The ticket last year, they were either independent or quite frankly, some Democrats. So I was one of those independent candidates. And
where do you stand? I know there's been I don't know how to call it, a disagreement you have with the Zekin administration. The mayor has said he is going to run for re-election. He faces a challenge from Gino DiGiovanni within his own Republican Party. It remains to be seen whether he'll be renominated by the Republican Town Committee. You have to tune in tomorrow at 2:00 to hear Mayor Zekin's response to the what ifs. Because I have a pre-recorded interview with him I'm going to release tomorrow at 2 p.m. And then you've got Joe DiMartino running again to challenge the mayor. Where does Jim Gildea? I mean, Jim Gildea you go back now. In 1992, I believe I was 6, right? Because I'm only like 21 years old.
Thanks.
But you're an institution. It's like you and Ron Sill now. Where are you going? Going?
Ronnie and I was having a drink, where everybody has a drink at the Quail and Ale, and we were talking about that. But I will tell you a few things if I could. I won't offer my opinion. I'll just offer my commentary. And so I guess we'll see where the mayor ends up running. You mentioned he may be challenging Gino, and so I'll just keep my commentary to myself, but I'll stay tuned tomorrow and listen if that really pans out.
Not challenging. I don't know if I said. I asked him. I had him go over some scenarios just to.
Well, listen. He's brought his case directly to the Republican Party. I mean, to the people through the Republican Party for the last 4 years. So that's how he's decided to bring his case to the people through the Republican Party. And you can do that very easily. You don't. So I would just imagine he'll run as a Republican again, as he has the last 4 elections. But anyway, as far as I'm concerned, I will tell you this. I believe. And I've tried to always live my life treating people with kindness, dignity, respecting people's differences, respecting the opinions of others. And so I will just say, without being negative, I will say that I have not seen that in the last 2 years. I have not seen an environment where you can disagree. I've not seen an environment where, like our forefathers did through the years, where people where that difference, where you hash out your differences of opinions to get the best solution for the citizenry, what our nation was founded on. I have not seen that exist in the last 2 years. So I don't envision a situation where I can run on that ticket or even a ticket that he may potentially head. So unless he made some serious changes in his administration, which I don't think he will, unless he really dug deep and went back to the person he had been instead of the person who's reading negative, comments at meetings, unless he goes back to that person, I can't imagine myself running on his ticket or a ticket he may head up. And I think that's the best way to put it.
Does that mean you'll run with the Democrats?
That means I would first make a decision. Listen, I've been on the Board of Ed a long time, and I think, I'm the incoming president of Manufacturing Connecticut. I just got appointed to the CTEX board, the advisory board for the regional technical schools. I'm on the Historical Society. I'm still on the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. I do a whole heck of a lot of things. I have a few other opportunities ahead of me that are also, volunteer based. So I think I have some time to sit back and decide what I have the bandwidth for, and what I may decide to do. So I don't know if tonight here I'm even prepared to say that I'm running on the municipal election. I will say that I think that I've been doing this for a long time, and I think that my work ethic, I think that my effort, and I think that my experience could be beneficial to a candidate who's seeking to run for mayor and to make our town better. And I will give that effort and I will give that experience to the person who I feel best is the most positive candidate, the person who will allow people to work together and disagree, and that person who will be respectful to all opinions. So I think that's what I'm committed to say to tonight.
That's interesting. I almost thought you were going to announce you're running for mayor or state office. That's where it sounded like you were going there for half a second there.
Again, I have a whole bunch of things. I'm really excited about the Manufacturing Connecticut president. I'm really excited about what I am doing. So I just have to take stock in how much time I have, and do I want to have a personal life? Do I want to have fun? I got some things I have to decide.
Yeah, you're definitely involved in a lot. It's impressive. I've said before, like you're kind of a role model, for everything you do in the community and with your family. It's all good stuff. I do admire you, Mr. Jim Gildea. People should not interpret that as bias, though. I got to dig up the dirt on Gildea. Let's go. Let's do it.
Listen, I got to be honest with you. There's a few articles where I thought you let other people get the last word. That pissed me off.
I know.
So listen, my point to that is
you people and your last words. That does. Oh my God. No reporter thinks, I got to let somebody get the last word. That's you politicians.
No, but my point is, I think that if everybody thinks that you're partial, then you're doing something right, Gene. Right? So you are completely impartial, for certain. Lord knows. And if I could, because it sounds like we're segueing off, I just want to make one more plug, if I could, for one more nonprofit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have been an avid reader of the newspaper since I was a 10-year-old paper boy in 1977, where I would get the Evening Sentinel in my little bag. And I will tell you that there is nothing that I enjoy more, seriously, and nothing that that I appreciate is being able to read the Valley Independent Sentinel, being able to go on their Facebook, being able to read the news articles. And I will tell you this, I have never, and I think Gene will tell you, I've answered every question he's ever asked me. I have never been afraid of the press. I believe that good government operates in the light. And one of my concerns as someone who is a huge advocate of good government is the Connecticut Post doesn't cover the Valley anymore. They do such a bad job. The New Haven, never getting the last word there. The New Haven Register doesn't really cover the Valley. The Valley Independent Sentinel is the Valley news source. And I worry about the day where maybe we don't have this avenue. So I would tell people that, listen, there's a whole bunch of great organizations to give to. I will say the first one I gave to is Valley Independent Sentinel, and I will tell you that this organization is critical to good government. And I would just ask everybody to dig deep and to give to the Valley Independent Sentinel. If you read it, if you look at it, if you post comments on it, if you're interested in good government, please donate money. That's my plug, Gene.
Well, thank you very much for saying that, Mr. Gildea. I guess I'll talk about it a little more once you leave. I like my thing. I wish we could do more, but we need. It comes down to we need more money. I wish our goal is $10,000. We'll see if we'll make that, but that only keeps the status quo. And what the Valley Indy really needs is to hire at least one other full-time reporter. The world being what it is, I don't see that happening. But we wish. We could do more. I say we, Gene too. Gene is our freelance writer, writes 4 stories a week, but I wish we could do more. But I do appreciate you saying that. And you're always, you are the easiest person to get a hold of when it comes to getting information for a story or reaching out to interview you about a story. And you're concise. And there's, what you see is what you get. And I very much appreciate that too. So this is a love fest, Mr. Gildea. All right. Sorry. No, I won't play that. All right. That's it, Jim. If there's anything else you want to add, go ahead. Otherwise, you can leave yourself out with the beautiful "Leave the Studio."
It's been a pleasure. Take care.
All right, Jim. Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
All right, so you saw, I put it in the link below, support the Derby Historical Society. Jim is involved in that. You can go to thegreatgive.org and look up Derby Historical Society. You can go to valleyindy.org, look under Extra Extra. I've got links to every Valley nonprofit participating in the Great Give today. I am just coming up on an hour into my 3rd live stream of the day. I think the first one we started at 7:45. We went about 6 hours. The 7:45 a.m. The second one we started up, 1 o'clock, 12, something like that. We went 5 hours. So this has really been a continuous. We take them down because you can only stream for so long on Facebook. I think I don't want to push it. Jim's connection there. Hopefully that was Jim's connection, and it's not that I've been streaming so much that I have to clear my cache and all that, because I will completely forget all my passwords and not be able to sign in to Google, Facebook, Gmail. That'll be a disaster. I'm a little nervous about that. I was a little distracted while Jim was talking, because that happened to me one year. I was live streaming, and I could not go live. It just kept spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. And finally I found out, I think I had to cancel 3 interviews. I went back and made up for those interviews after the Great Give was over, but I had live interviews scheduled for a bunch of nonprofits, and it just wouldn't work. And it turned out all I had to do was clear the cache from Zoom. So if you're a heavy Zoom user, you should clear the cache. And it might be, I wonder if I should do that now. But I'm a little nervous to do so, because then I might not be able to get back in because I don't remember my passwords and all that. Anyway, I don't know. These are the things. This is what's eating away at my soul. I'm seeing we're having some comments come into older videos. And while I don't know if those people are watching this, but I might be able to trying to wait. How did I get something for Ansonia updates? And I don't know what's going on right now. What's weird, I had something come in on my phone. It said someone was commenting on a video, but this is the video that's live right now. So I'm not sure what that was. But people we're not getting a lot of comments today, which is, I don't know, it is what it is. But it helps me to riff and to, I'm just looking at my computer over here, to see what's going on. Anyway, up next is, so that was Jim Gildea. We talked to him for about a half hour or so. We're going to have at 8:30 p.m. I do have a text from Kurt Miller saying he is done. They had their public hearing tonight on the Ansonia budget, but I really want to have Kurt on at 8:30 because that's what I've scheduled. So if people can hang out in 1 hour, we're going to have Kurt Miller on for a budget Q&A. I mean, I haven't had dinner, so maybe I might stop off. I might take off for a couple of minutes to have dinner. I'll leave the stream up, but let's go check out. If you want to donate, if you want to support the Valley Indy, and again, that was very nice of Jim Gildea to say at the end right there. But I honestly feel every day I fail the public because there's only so much one full-timer can do covering 3 towns. I know we miss stories left and right. There's stories I would have loved to have already published, but there's only a certain amount of hours in the day and you only have so much time. And so I do feel like, while I appreciate that, the thing that holds the Valley Indy back, and it's the thing that holds back all local media, is revenue, the ability to sustain. And, we had 3 reporters at one point and we were firing on all guns and we were literally uncovering corruption. I think I think we do a good job. We still, we're not mailing it in, I can tell you that, but I could really use another full-time reporter, and it would be wonderful if anybody has a rich uncle. Because what we're donating, or what we're trying to do here, maintains what we have, but it would be wonderful to go beyond that. I have tried, I applied for a report for America, where they give you a reporter for a year. I didn't get that, unfortunately, even though I would argue that the lower Naugatuck Valley, economically distressed cities of Ansonia and Derby, with all the issues we would be a perfect candidate for a report for America. It just didn't happen. Other things, I monetized this Facebook page, which is really not worth the time, unfortunately, but this Facebook page is monetized. All right, so going through some donors, we've had 3 donors over the last, since Mr. Gildea was on. Christine Conroy, thank you very much. Probably the Christine Conroy who, when we launched, I won't dox people, but thank you for your constant support. If this is the Christine Conroy, I assume it is, over the years. Very nice of you. Thank you. We have an anonymous donation. We have Joe and Linda Tamano with a donation. Thank you very much for your generosity. If people, we're getting a little bit of a bigger crowd than we had earlier, so maybe I'll go over everyone who's donated so far. This is from donate.valleyindy.org. You can go there and you can read the story that they call it that I put together, and it just goes through a little bit about the history of the Valley Indy and why I'm asking for your support today. Again, I'm the only full-time employee. We have Gene Falbo Sostovich, who was a freelancer for years for the New Haven Register. And my cat just arrived. I don't know if you can hear my cat meowing. My cat always comes to me for meals for some reason. It's always me. But again, let me go over this list of donors real fast. And Kurt Miller's coming on at 8:30. Christine Conroy, Anonymous, Joe and Linda Tamano, Alan Tima, Dylan Carlson, Carol Kirby, Paul Wedowitz, Mary Horrible, Horrible, sorry. I keep saying horrible because I can't speak. Anonymous donation, Al Bruno, Michael McFarland, Dorothy Gleason, Beth and Chris Carson. They put a message: proud to continue to support the Valley Independent Sentinel on World Press Freedom Day. Thank you so much for that. Diane Favier, Carol Pendergast, Barbara Jean Garofalo, Jack Jerkowski, Mr. Donald Smith, David Morgan, Kim Lewis, Richard Knoll, Rose Ruchin, Kaylee, Anonymous, Dominic J. Thomas, the Perry Mason of the Naugatuck Valley, Mary Angst. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing names. I'm not meaning to. Chris and Nina Phipps, Lois Ann Marazi, Ms. Samantha Bergen, Melissa Pucci, Jack Walsh. I also got your email, Melissa. Thank you very much. Susan Agame, Mark Abraham, Kathy Moran, Anonymous, Stephen Erlinghauser, Michelle Lenane, Anonymous, Megan Del Sol, Anonymous, John Feder, and Stephen J. Adamowski, an avid reader, Zach Sostovich, Sheila O'Malley, Helen Pippa, Donald Sostovich, Mr. James Gildea, who we just had on in honor of his late wife, Tracy. Anonymous donation, Betty McConney, Mrs. Laura Harris, Jordan D. Jones. A lot of these it's the same people that donate every year. Thank you so much for keeping the Valley Indy going. My mother-in-law, I'm going to keep saying, look, I can't be that bad. I can't be that bad, Ansonia politicians. My mother-in-law donates. Jackie Cockerham, Susan Smay, Ethan Fry. We have former employees that we laid off because we couldn't afford them who donates. Anonymous, Lisa P., Matt Dorenzo, Linda Lucia, anonymous donation, Linda Todd, Richard Rolandson, Julia Soda, and Hairfin. Hairfin, by the way, Google hairfin Shark Tank. Derby resident inventor appeared on Shark Tank. That's the name of the product. That was our first donation. Going back to that. So yeah. Miller in an hour. Let me see. I got my wife. Apparently my wife made hamburgers. So I haven't had anything substantial to eat in a couple of hours. So I'm going to take like maybe 15 minutes. I'm going to come back at just before 8 o'clock, if that's okay with people. I don't want to lose the small audience that we have, but I really need to eat dinner. I've been doing this since 7:45 a.m. And obviously, I mean, you look at me, I could afford to miss a meal or two, but you know what I'm saying. Probably got the diabetes killing me, the diabetes. I wonder if there's a video I could put on. Is there a 15-minute video we could put on? And this goes, I'm going to go to like 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, I have an interview. My last interview tonight is scheduled for 10 o'clock. You know what? Maybe we'll watch. Do you want to watch Mike Kenichi, who's going to be on tomorrow at the end of this? He does a show. I wonder if there's one. Well, they're all longer than 15 minutes. He has like Spoonie's scrapbook where he talks to, maybe we'll do this one. I'll give you a couple of minutes of this. It's not the whole thing, and we're going to be talking about this tomorrow night, but it's the video he did with Jack Walsh about the Derby Athletic Hall of Fame. So let me just get it queued up. Okay, so that's ready to go. So I'm going to share that. If you would take a moment, I'm sorry to be so Derby-centric if you live in Seymour or something like that, but this is Valley icon Jack Walsh and Mike Kenichi talking about the latest nominees or inductees into the Derby Hall of Fame, which I believe Jen Moffitt, the new Derby athletic director, said is happening this Saturday. There's pink out happening, a softball game, baseball game between Derby and Ansonia, and then a alumni game, all to raise money for the Hewitt Center for Breast Cancer over next to Griffin Hospital. We had them on earlier today. So here's this, and I'm just going to pop off the screen for a little bit and get some dinner. I'll be right back.
Broadcast. We are going to announce the Derby Athletic Hall of Fame, class number 7. I'm Mike Kenichi, one of the committee members for the Derby Athletic Hall of Fame, and very happy to have Jack Walsh, who's going to announce this year's class. Jack has helped us out since we started this back in 2014, so I'm really happy that he's taken time out of his day to do this for us. And Jack, thank you again for doing this.
Always a pleasure, Mike, and I want to congratulate you and the committee for all the hard work that you've done on this. I know it's not an easy task when you've got so many worthy candidates to separate them out, but as usual, you've done an excellent job. You might want to mention those committee members.
Yes. Number one, before I mention them, I also want everyone to understand that this was a long process. We met back in September, and we just picked the class last week. So it was almost 6 months of research and discussions and tons of meetings, because we always feel that we want to make sure we pick, the right people for this. And that was very important to us. So we're not a committee that rushes things. We take our time, but we do that so we ensure that we pick the athletes that are very deserving. And the committee members are as followed. There's 8, including myself, and these 7 individuals who help me every month. I can never do it without them. I'm going to post the bios on the Facebook page after Jack reads them. And our committee member who does an outstanding job writing those is Ray Silvernail. Ray is an outstanding writer. He's a school teacher, and he just does it right and gives the inductees the proper justice that they deserve. He's just outstanding doing that. And then, of course, there's Jen Moffitt, who was a Derby High graduate in 1996. She does an outstanding job. Fran DeGennaro, a Derby graduate in 1973. Always goes out of his way each and every time at the meetings. Walt Bisadecki, who's a Derby graduate of 1974, loves Derby. He loves Derby sports and puts the time in and day out. Then, of course, Steve Owens, who graduated with me in 1995. Steve has just been such an asset. I mean, he's always well prepared and he does the research, and we're just very fortunate to have him. Then, of course, we have Bob Ahern, who's also a Hall of Famer. He was inducted in the third class back in 2018 and just gives his time each and every time for meetings. And he's so helpful, especially like when you go back to 1970 and before, because that's really invaluable for us when we have somebody like that who could share the knowledge that he has. Then Brent Cavallero, who was a graduate in 1994, loves Derby sports. He records the banquet for us each and every year, and he's just been so, important to our committee. So I really do applaud the efforts of all of them, and I really do appreciate the job they do. So great job by the committee.
As always.
Yep. So I think, Jack, it's only fair that we don't keep anybody waiting, and we get this going right now.
Okay, and we're going to do the inductees in alphabetical order. Want to stress they date from the class of 1963 to, I believe, the class of 1995. So it's quite a period there. So let's start right at the beginning alphabetically, and it also happens to be the class of 1963, Jim Early.
Don't buy solar panels. Seriously, there is a very good reason why we're saying this. If you're thinking about buying solar panels, don't. The US government will literally buy them for you if you take 60 seconds to answer a few questions below. Hi there. If you are a homeowner in America and you wouldn't mind saving a couple $1,000s on your electricity bill this year, then you're really going to love what the US government has just announced. You see, a few days ago, the US government released a new stimulus program with the goal to encourage as many Americans as possible to go solar, and that way contribute to a healthier planet. And they're giving away brand new solar panels and a Tesla Powerwall to ordinary Americans at no cost to you or your bank account. As they said, they'll even cover the cost of the installation. Plus, if that wasn't enough, you'll even be handed a $2,500 stimulus check on top of that. Which means today, in case you still haven't gone solar, you can get solar panels installed on your house without paying a single dollar whatsoever. And of course, $2,500 for being generous enough to accept that offer. Crazy, right? And all you need to do to apply is take a short survey by clicking the button below this video and answer a few questions to see if you qualify. It takes only about 60 seconds in total. So if you'd like to start saving thousands of dollars on your electricity bill every single year, and finally generate your own power instead of relying on the grid to keep your lights on, all while getting paid $2,500 to do so. Then click the button below this video and take a 60-second survey to see if you qualify before something gets in your way, and the next thing you know, your electricity bill got even higher and you just can't seem to find.
Thanks to many years in the courtroom, Jim Early is accustomed to having to make a case and present evidence. His job has been to represent the interests of others, hoping for a favorable outcome, and it's high time someone returned the favor. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit A, Early's basketball career at Derby High School. As a 3-year performer and a 2-year starter for the Red Raiders, Early led the team in scoring both junior and senior seasons, averaging 15 and 18 points per game, respectively. Additionally, his totals were second highest in the entire Valley both years. For his career, Jim surpassed the 700-point plateau. Accolades earned included All-Valley twice, All-Hoosie, and team captain in 1963. Early was also named to the New Haven area Wonder Five squad of scholar athletes, which brings us now to Exhibit B, an irrefutable collection of evidence to further bolster Jim's candidacy for induction. For 4 years, Jim was a member of the baseball squad, 3 as a starter and 2 as captain. With a keen eye and steady bat, he paced the Raiders in average both junior and senior years. Not coincidentally, he was also awarded All-Valley honors each season. In '63, he garnered All-Woozy and the New Haven area Wonder 9 honors, the baseball equivalent to the Wonder 5. Imagine doing that in 2 sports. In summation, I present the following for consideration. Upon graduation from Derby High School, Jim Early attended Hopkins Grammar School in New Haven for a year and was their leading scorer before moving on to excel at both sports at Harvard. With the abundance of evidence presented before the committee in favor of Mr. Early, I hereby rest my case for induction in the Derby Athletic Hall of Fame. Jim Early, class of 1963.
Congratulations, Jim, and very well deserving.
Next up is Jim Garofalo, class of 1981.
I hit the wrong here. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, Derby's football program has had its fair share of 3-year starters over the years, but few have had the distinction of being named All-Valley on both offense and defense in the same season. Jim's all-around talent made him one of the select few to attain that honor. As a junior, he followed that up with a dominant senior season. His impressive receiving numbers, combined with his defensive prowess, led to Jim being named to the All-Valley, All-Lucy, and All-State squads. He was also an honorable mention All-American and earned the Sparrows Award at the annual Alberola banquet that year. Garofalo, a natural leader, was twice voted captain of the Derby High School wrestling team. He accumulated a 2-year record of 55 wins and 9 losses. Junior year saw him advance to the Class S finals, where he earned a silver medal in the 185-pound weight class. The following year, he took it one step further, winning gold at the Class S meet. His totals of 55 wins and 32 pins were the most over a 2-year span in school history at that time. Jim also led it in track and field. His overall athletic ability was on display year-round. His leadership and commitment to excellence never had an off-season. Jim Garofalo, class of 1981.
And welcome to the Hall of Fame, Jim. Congratulations.
Next up is Joe Leza, class of 1995. Early success is not typically easy to come by. Some, however, have a habit of making things look easier than they really are. What others don't always see is the hard work and endless hours of preparation that help someone get to that point. Joe Leza's athletic career at DHS offers multiple examples of how a freshman can not only participate at the varsity level, but excel above and beyond anyone's expectations. Joe played varsity basketball as a freshman and was a starter his sophomore year. Despite deciding not to continue playing beyond that point, his abundant talent was evident from the get-go. Joe also played freshman football, won grade school, and was elected team captain his senior year. However, it was on the diamond that Leza's star shone the brightest. 4-year starter, Joe teed off on opposing pitching to the tune of 6 homers as a freshman. Incredibly, 4 of which were grand slams, helping lead the Raiders to the 1992 Class S state title. He amassed career totals of 15 homers, 60-plus RBIs, and over 80 hits, while surpassing the 400 mark in batting average twice. With numbers like that, it's easy to see why Leza succeeded in becoming one of the most decorated players in Derby baseball history. In addition to earning All-State status twice, he was also All-Valley all 4 years, Class S All-State 3 times, and All-Woozy twice. With a resume like that, it was just a matter of time before Joe Leza would take his rightful place in the Derby High School Hall of Fame. Joe Leza, class of 1995.
Welcome to the Hall of Fame, Joe. We're very happy to have you and very well deserving as well.
All right, next up is Karen Marcuscio, Derby High School class of 1983. For someone who plays third base, it's hard to think of many nicknames better than Nettles, unless, of course, you happen not to be a Yankee fan. Regardless of personal team allegiance, Karen Marcuscio earned the moniker thanks to her slick fielding at the hot corners, and it stuck. Marcuscio not only started all 4 years for the Raiderettes, but was an All-Valley selection at the position each year. Her best year was her junior campaign of 1982, when she batted .370 with 28 hits, 19 RBIs, 23 runs scored. For her effort, she was awarded All-Hoosie and All-State first-team honors. She followed that up with a .314 average, 22 hits, 23 runs scored, and a .913 fielding percentage as a senior. In 1983, as a tri-captain of the basketball team, Karen became the first Derby girl player to be selected first-team All-Hoosie. As a standout point guard, she scored 15 points a game that year, including a pair of 25-point performances and another game with 21. She was the team's leading free throw shooter junior and senior year, and graduated with 7 school records under her belt. Other honors included back-to-back nods by the prestigious New Haven Tap-Off Club's All-County team, second-team All-Hoosie, and All-State Class M honorable mention junior year. As in softball, Marcuscio was a four-year starter on the court. Unfortunately, her sophomore year ended abruptly due to an injury, and Coach Bev Moran was convinced that it robbed Karen of a shot at a 1,000-point career, and maybe even more school records. Nonetheless, her legacy of excellence has stood the test of time. Karen Marcuscio, class of 1983.
Congratulations, Karen. Welcome to the Hall of Fame. We're very happy to have you.
Next up is Chris Mester, Derby High class of 1980. He kind of ruined my first year as basketball coach at Shelton High School by defeating us twice. He was just a superior player. Okay, being either a double-digit scorer or a rebounder is hard enough. To do both in the same game is all the more impressive. Averaging a double-double for the whole year is an amazing feat that very few even approach. To do it 2 years in a row is unthinkable. Or is it? Chris Mester succeeded at making the unthinkable a reality. During his junior year, his stat line was 18 points and 11 rebounds per game. The following year, he led the Big Red to the tournament by again leading the team in scoring and rebounding. With 22 points and 11 boards per contest, Mester was not surprisingly voted All-Hoosie and All-Valley both years. A 54% shooting percentage went a long way towards securing such prolific numbers. For his career, he eclipsed the 1,100-point mark, one of the few in DHS history to achieve that level. Mester's superior ability was not limited to the hardwood. As a standout baseball player, his solid bat and fielding skills earned him All-Valley honors and landed him a spot on the Diamond Hoosie All-Star team for 1980. Chris went on to excel at both sports in college. He was captain of the baseball team at UConn Waterbury and was an all-conference selection at his junior and senior seasons in basketball, unanimously in 1984, scoring 21 points and averaging 12 rebounds per game. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Averaging a double-double at the next level, unthinkable? Not if your name is Chris Mester, it's not. Chris Mester, Derby High School, class of 1980.
Congratulations, Chris. Welcome to the Derby Athletic Hall of Fame. Well deserved.
Next up, Rick Slowick, class of 1975. Versatility can never be underestimated, especially when it comes to athletic performance. The skill set of a multidimensional player can be the difference between winning and losing in so many ways and so many times. Rick Slowick stepped up and became the difference maker for Derby, both on the diamond and the gridiron. Rick was a three-year star pitcher for the baseball team. Of the team's 20 victories over that span, he was the winning pitcher 14 times. More than just an inning eater, Sloak racked up an eye-popping strikeout record. Junior year, for instance, he fanned 84 in 70 innings, while only surrendering 44 base hits to opposing batters. The following year was nearly as impressive as he set down 71 batters in 79 innings and was named to the All-Valley team. For his career, Rick struck out 188 in what's believed to be a school record 202 innings. He also went the distance 15 times, including a 10-inning complete game in 1974. Though Rick saw playing time as a sophomore running back for the 10-0 72 football team behind fellow Hall of Famers Tommy Palmieri and John Pagliaro, his real impact on the football field came the following two seasons. Sloak and Pags were a formidable 1-2 punch out of the Raider backfield. Rick rushed the ball for over 500 yards and 8 touchdowns. He also proved to be a reliable target downfield, catching 8 balls for 93 yards. Among his highlights for the number 1 ranked state champion 73 team were a 33-yard TD scamper versus Ansonia and a 2-touchdown performance in a win over Sheehan. In 1974, Sloak was voted team captain and took his double threat ability to the next level. As a runner, he tallied over 700 yards and scored 10 touchdowns. He also hauled in 5 TD passes and scored on a punt return, proving just how valuable versatility really is. He again played a major role in a win over the rival Chargers, scoring from 62 yards out to seal a 14-0 victory. Rick also scored 3 times against Brantford and twice each versus Seymour, Sheen, East Haven, and Lyman Hall. Sloak, the classic dual-threat offensive option, led Big Red to its 3rd consecutive Hoosier title. Individual honors earned included the first team All-Valley and All-Hoosier and second team All-State. His impact on the Derby tradition can never be understated. Rick Sloak, Derby High class of 1975.
Congratulations, Rick. Welcome to the Derby Athletic Hall of Fame. Great job.
Throat's a little dry. All right, next up, Dave Walkinshaw, class of 1968. The basketball referee once said of Dave Walkinshaw, "That boy comes to play." This statement was made after Derby defeated Lyman Hall behind Walkinshaw's 24-point performance, one of several times he eclipsed the 20-point mark during his career. He also had a game against Cheshire where he blocked 8 shots and poured in 17 points in a stunning upset of the perennial Hoosier powerhouse. Another career highlight came against Valley rivals Seymour, where his 26 points led the Raiders to a rousing comeback victory. Walkinshaw was a prolific scorer and rebounder, and as a result was unanimous All-Valley as a senior. Derby finished with 8 wins that year behind Walkinshaw's leadership. Dave also made All-Valley in football for the 8-0-1 Red Raiders. His team leading 10 receiving touchdowns made him a favorite target of quarterback Mike Carroll, and still was one of the best seasons for a Derby wide receiver. His TD against previously undefeated East Haven helped Big Red win a nail-biter, 7-6. Walkinshaw had 3 multi-touchdown games, including 3 against Amity in a blowout win, and 2 more against Thanksgiving rival Shelton. A talented all-around athlete who starred in 3 sports, Walkinshaw was a coach's dream. He did everything that helped the team win. In other words, he really did come to play ball. Dave Walkinshaw, class of 1968.
Congratulations, Dave. And of course, Dave passed away many years ago, but his legacy for Derby sports will live on forever, and we're very happy to have him in the Hall of Fame.
A tragedy to lose him at such a young age.
Yeah.
Our final inductee this year is Indy Walsh, class of 1973, and I'll have to preface it by saying we're not related. When it comes to making a splash, No other Derby High School athlete compares to Andy Walsh. The finest all-around swimmer in school history had to wait until his junior year for Derby to get a swimming team, but made the most of the opportunity when it presented itself. Andy dove headfirst into stardom at the pool, winning 29 events and finishing second 4 times in 34 attempts. He lapped the competition at the Hoosey meet that year, setting 5 school records in the process. When all was said and done, Andy qualified for the state open and was named to the All-Hoosey first team. As a senior, he led by example as team captain, performing a variety of events, anything to help the team win. At Litchfield that season, Andy set the Derby High School and pool records in the 100-yard freestyle with a time of 53.8 seconds. By year's end, he had broken all but 2 school records, many of which still stand. Andy finished second overall in the Class M 200-yarder individual medley and third in the 100-yard freestyle, both the best finishes ever by a Derby swimmer in state competition. He was also part of the Big Red's first medley relay team to qualify for the finals. Although Derby's swimming program did not last for the long haul, Andy Walsh's records and reputation will. His legacy of greatness is firmly secured by his induction into the Derby High School Athletic Hall of Fame, and I believe the first member of the swim team to make it.
Yes.
Andy Walsh, Derby High School, class of 1973. And that concludes our inductions.
Well, congratulations to Andy. Well-deserved, and welcome to the Derby Athletic Hall of Fame. And there you have it. That brings us, I believe, to 58 members now. So, that's about almost 8 a year. So that's pretty awesome. And that's, like I said, a great job of the committee. And we're very proud of this class this year.
Great group, as always. Congratulations, Mike. You and the committee, again, did a great job.
Well, thank you, Jack. And after this is done, we will post the full bios on our Derby Athletic Hall of Fame page. And I believe Jack will also post them on the Derby Electronic Valley page, correct?
Yeah, they'll be up tonight.
Yeah, and it'll also eventually be on the Valley Independent page, and look for it and either to post or register. When I get in touch with somebody, we'll have that posted as well. So thank you again for all the support, and congratulations to these 8 deserving inductees. And again, go Derby. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was very cool, and I'm glad I came across that because I really needed to have a hamburger. So thank you to my wife for preparing some nice burgers for me to consume while you guys were watching Mike Kenichi and Jack Derby Walsh, Jack Irish Derby Walsh talk about the latest class of inductees into the Derby Athletic Hall of Fame. So if you're just joining me, I'm Eugene Driscoll of valleyindy.org. This is the Valley Indy 2023 Great Give live stream. And in 20 minutes, we're scheduled to be joined by Mr. Kurt Miller of the city of Ansonia. He is their chief financial officer. It is a budget Q&A. So I've been saying all day, tonight was the public hearing at 6:30 on the Ansonia budget. There'll be another one is scheduled. That's in front of Boat. I think they do another one in front of the Board of Aldermen. The Board of Aldermen get the ultimate vote on the city budget. But I've been saying all day for people, come with your questions, right? Because the way this has been, the budget was released right at the end of the Derby budget cycle. I was covering the Derby budget cycle, and then I did the best I could to cover the Ansonia budget when it was unveiled. I did a live stream with Kurt last week without seeing the budget, and we just talked about it for about a half hour. I replayed most of that video earlier today. But since then, it's been, let me get rid of, I'm back from dinner. Since then, it's been all about getting ready for the Great Give. How do I get rid? Excuse me, I'm sorry. How do I get rid of this? Get off my phone, you jerk. There we go. Okay, so it's donate.valleyindy.org. I'm trying to raise $10,000. I do so every year. One of the things that's been determined, we hired a nonprofit consultant a couple of years ago, a business guy who specializes in nonprofits, and he worked his magic on the demographics and where we could get revenue from the Valley. And one of the things he concluded that, yeah, the Great Give, once a year, you should definitely try to get support from your readers. So if you can donate $100, you know, we have like a core group of about 60 people who donate at least $100, and that makes us hit our goal every year. I think we're running behind. I'm not a math guy, and I haven't had time. I've been doing interviews at the top of every hour or playing pre-recorded interviews at the top of every hour. So I am unable to compare. I don't know how our donation flow is doing to last year compared to the year before. And at the end of the day, who cares? Because the Great Give is about helping nonprofits. If you can help the Valley Indy, do so. Go to donate.valleyindy.org. But if you want to help the Spooner House, if you want to help Julia Day Nursery School, if you want to help Master's Table Community Dinners, if you want to help Adams House, if you want to help the Valley Shakespeare Festival, if you want to help the Assumption School, if you want to help the St. Mary St. Michael's School, go to thegreatgive.org. Type in the name of the organization you wish to support and donate. All you need is a credit card and internet connection. Yes, they don't do PayPal or Apple Pay or Venmo or I don't know, bill me later or whatever. It's these are nonprofits we're talking about here, right? These aren't organizations that are awash in millions of dollars. I am so grateful for the Great Give and the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven that we are able to use them to process credit card information, to send out tax. This is all tax deductible. Send out letters to people they can keep for their records. It's huge. It's huge because, you know, I'm in my basement. This is our newsroom. There's no development office or anything like that. So the Great Give is huge for the Valley Indy and a lot of these other organizations. So again, I went live. My cat's trying to, I didn't even know my cat was down here. My cat is just forever messing with me. His name is Buddy. I might have to, hold on. I got to help him out. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Buddy needed to be freed. He couldn't get the basement door open to go back upstairs. And of course, now he wants me to feed him. But it's not feeding time, man. My wife already fed him. I don't know what his problem is. Cats are nuts. But you can support a ton of organizations that rescue animals and get them put in proper homes, such as, let me go. Coco is one. I'm getting that name wrong. Hold on. I'm going to go to thegreatgive.org. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. I'm going to go to search for an organization. I'm going to put Coco, and it's Coco's Animal Rescue Efforts of Seymour. Let's share the page, give them a plug real fast. Everybody likes animals. This is an organization dedicated to helping animals, right? Let's read it. They've had 11 donors. They've raised $985. They provide temporary shelter and care to abandoned and surrendered cats and dogs until they find them permanent, loving homes. All incoming animals are spayed, neutered, receive routine vaccinations. So that's one. We're going to have an interview tomorrow with Bunlandia, another Seymour-based organization that helps animals. Bunlandia helps and rescues abandoned rabbits, which is a large problem, you know, because at Easter time, a lot of families adopt bunny rabbits that they're not prepared to take care of. So I have a wonderful interview coming tomorrow with Bunlandia. I'm trying to find if I can find that. Oh, somebody's coming in my house. I mean, hopefully it's somebody that's supposed to be coming in, or else people are going to have to call the police. But here's Seymour Cares on Facebook. This is the group I was just checking out. You know, they have something going. These are the things. I think I might have played some of this earlier today, but I can play it again. Some videos. Here it is from 2 weeks ago. This is a cat that was new to their shelter. Listen to that purring. Like a train. Oh, I could watch that all day. So a lot of organizations like that you can support during the Great Give. Let's see how the Great Give is doing overall. That's always interesting to see. I'll share this screen. And again, hopefully you people have your budget questions ready. I hope it's not just me and Kurt Miller, because I haven't had a chance to read the budget. They didn't release it when I requested it. I have some new information on that today saying they were wrong. But okay, so $1.4 million raised so far. This event started at 8 a.m. this morning. 7,333 donors. I still have the cat purring video up. Hold on, let me close out of that, or let me go to something else. I thought Buddy had returned, my cat. Okay, 493 organizations have received donations. If we go to the leaderboards, this has been changing all the time, but New Haven Choral, is that how you say it? $40,000, 159 donors. Adams House, that's based in Shelton, $23,000, 77 donors. I'm looking for more local organizations. Center Stage Theater, that's based in Shelton, just shy of $12,000, 78 donors. Sounds like my cat is trying to escape. I don't know what's going on outside. Okay, hold on one second. I have to close my door. I will be right back. All right, so that's that. Again, it's the Great Give. There's the Cornell Scott Hill Health Center, $7,000. They have an office in Ansonia on Wakely Avenue. You can see all Massaro Community Farm right over the border in Woodbridge from Ansonia, $5,000, just shy of about $5,800. Our friends at the Boys and Girls Club of the Lower Naugatuck Valley has raised $5,600. So, and again, just like, how are we doing? I don't even remember. Did I say this yet? I'm so confused. valleyindy.org. Can you see that on your end? Yes, you can see that. 46% of the way there, $4,615. We are inching along, crawling along towards that $10,000 goal. I will play the hype train music if you want to hear it again. Oh, we had a bunch of donations in the 7 o'clock hour. Thank you so much to everybody who donated in the 7 o'clock hour. That is really cool to see. Our most recent donation was at 8:09 p.m. So let me go down and see and thank anyone who's donated that I haven't thanked previously. So we have Michael Winmeyer. Thank you very much. We got a KW in there. Thank you very much. Maureen Moran, I believe you donated. That's your second donation of the day. I hope you meant to do that and it wasn't a mistake, but thank you very much for your generosity either way. Pam Mosier, thank you very much for your donation. And then we had Christine Conroy, and then we're back into people I had previously thanked. I will thanking people profusely as we go on. So what time is it? It is 8:20 and 10 minutes. Kurt Miller is supposed to be here. Is there anybody out there who has questions about the Ansonia budget? Right? Yeah, I hope you come prepared. You're going to type them in there. Hopefully this is being shared in appropriate places. People know this is happening. Viewership was rather low today. Let me see how. This is part 3. I know part 1 of this live stream, that video went on for about 5 hours, and I think we had 500 views. That is much lower than Valley Indy videos used to do back in the day, but Facebook has stopped emphasizing videos. It's just the way it is. Let me look. So we had, part one of our live stream had 659 views. Part two had 480 views, right? So we we started this 12 hours ago. So, hey, that's respectable, right? Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Again, wait, I don't want to leave the studio. I want to stop sharing. Where's the stop sharing thing? So if you want to support local journalism, go to donate.valleyindy.org. If you have any comments or questions, or what should I talk about? Because I've been talking since 7:45 this morning. I'm sort of out of things to say. Let me know in the comments. We can go, we can go see is there any news happening? Or let's check any of the local stations. Do they put stuff to YouTube, or do they kind of ignore it? We checked WTNH earlier. Yeah, they don't really do anything online. Who else do we have? WFSB? Do they post to YouTube regularly? All right, you want to check out, this video is kind of old at this point. It's from 6 hours ago, but also I apologize. I got to get rid of the ads.
Asian suspect is dead after a police chase. Connecticut State Police say 46-year-old Rai Shashuk died after shooting at police and then turning the gun on himself. Police say he forced his way into a home on Oakland Street in Manchester before then driving away and eventually being tracked down in Wyndham.
Jesus, that's terrifying.
Shashuk was traveling in a stolen car, they say, from New Jersey, and is known to have an extensive criminal history. Now to an update on the abrupt closure of Stone Academy. Nursing students have now filed a class action lawsuit against the owners. You may remember that Stone Academy suddenly shut down all 3 campuses back in February, leaving hundreds of students in limbo. This lawsuit claims that Stone sold students, quote, tickets to a sinking ship because students were accepted while proper classes were not being offered. We have now reached out to Stone Academy to get its side, but haven't heard back at this hour. Police are looking into a crash that killed a teenage girl from East Killingly on Monday night. Pinpoint News Tracker shows you exactly where this happened on I-395, right near exit 29 in Plainfield. 18-year-old Jane Stockford died. Officers found her car off the right side of the road and then took her to the hospital where she was pronounced dead. They're urging anyone with information about this crash in Plainfield to give them a call.
Spotty showers continue, and overnight tonight,
weather
still showing the potential for a few showers out there, mostly cloudy, maybe even some patchy fog as we get closer to daybreak on Thursday.
Kurt Miller will be here in about 6 minutes
showers, but as the day goes
for
on,
the Ansonia budget Q&A.
We may even see the clouds break up a bit later Thursday. We begin Friday on a much drier note as well, and the long-term trend here is actually going to favor some above-average temperatures beginning later this weekend. Overnight tonight, though,
grabbing the budget
cool night
on
with
the
temperatures in the upper
here.
30s to near 40 degrees inland, low and mid 40s along the shoreline. Patchy fog, mostly cloudy, a shower. Only in the 50s for high temperatures again tomorrow, but by Friday we start to see things warm up a bit, around 60 degrees, 65 to 70 on Saturday, 70 75 on Sunday. The weekend looking gorgeous. Next threat for showers comes on Tuesday of next week.
All right. That was your Wednesday afternoon update from WFSB. Thank you, WFSB, for piping that in. I do appreciate it. So what was I going to do? Oh, I just got an email. This is from the Valley Shakespeare Festival. We had Tom Simonetti on at 9 a.m. this morning. What is it, 8:25? He says, oh, okay, so you got to act on this. It's a Great Give Power Hour currently underway. 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. right now during the Bank of America Raise the Curtain Power Hour. Valley Shakespeare Festival receives an extra matching donation for being a nonprofit performing arts company. So what that means, any nonprofit performing arts company that is participating in the Great Give, right now, if you donate to them, your donation will go further because the Bank of America has matching funds ready to give. So go to thegreatgive.org And you can search by cause. You can search by the arts. And there's a bunch. There's Center Stage, Valley Shakespeare Festival. There are a bunch participating. See, I got a email from Adam's house. Had them on at 10 a.m. this morning. They're promoting. It doesn't look like a specific hour, but they're just reminding people to donate. I should probably do this too when I get off tonight. I'm going to have Kurt Miller on, and we'll probably have him on for about an hour. Then after that, we're going to talk about the Mandalorian. And then I should send out another email blast asking people to donate. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just see that he's arrived backstage. He's in his beautiful office from downtown Ansonia, beautifully lit. He's like a movie star. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stream, Kurt Miller. Meanwhile, somebody in the Derby community forum is saying, beware of the sex offenders living next door to you. That's a completely different story. Kurt going with the virtual background. Oh, wait, I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Kurt. You're not muted on my end, but I can't hear you. What about now? I can't hear you at all. I've got my sound turned up. If you go down to settings, do you have the right... You got a microphone chosen? This is a ploy by you, so you don't have to take questions about the budget. The other option is to... Oh, there we go.
You know?
Yes.
All right, here we go. I changed microphones.
Welcome to the stream.
It's always a pleasure to be here. I don't like this background. It's very disturbing.
What'd you say?
I don't like this background. It's a little disturbing.
Right.
I like the brick wall. Is that
the brick wall? Yeah. Yeah. And I should tell you, I had this whole thing planned, Mr. Miller. I do a podcast on the weekends. I guess you could, and I co-host now at this point, or I'm a frequent guest on a podcast hosted by a rather disturbed a stand-up comic. And so I have some connections into the underground comedy world now. This has nothing to do with the Ansonia budget, but I had arranged for a masked wrestler to come in here. His name is El Horrible, and he was going to read a very pointed question, and then he and I were going to get into a whole fight because I have my wrestling mask behind me. But we decided he would probably get me fired. He kind of said, well, what if I say this? And I was like, no, you don't want to say that. And then he said, you know what? Maybe this isn't a good idea. And I was like, you know what? You're probably right. So that's not happening. That was my big 9:30 surprise.
Well, listen, if it's wrestling, you could say something like testicular fortitude or something like that. You'd fit right in.
Yeah, I don't know. It definitely would have been, it probably would have went over the line. And then he was asking like what this is, because these are, this guy's, I don't know this guy's real name. He's just somebody I know from the online world. He's actually, there's a whole other thing. If you watch the Howard Stern show back in the day, there's a whole thing called the Dabbleverse, and they basically ran Stuttering John off the internet. And he comes from that world, this underground comedy world. That's big old man YouTube. There's a whole other world out there that's not Tony Mamone fighting with people on Facebook. There's a whole other internet out there. Believe it or not, there's Alder Mamone saying comedy is a lost art.
Wow, this is fancy.
Yeah, this is StreamYard. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
That pops up. We can see the comments as they come in. That's
right. Yeah, it's like Zoom, but it has a couple of more bells and whistles. It can be a little more flighty, if that's the word. It's a little more unreliable than Zoom. Like if I put my virtual background on and then share a screen, it'll get laggy. But overall, yeah, you could donate to valleyindy.org right now if you want to. I can put your name up there and all kinds of little, it's we're definitely boomers. And so it's a big deal to us.
Well, I think I'm a little older than you.
Yeah, but not by much. I thought you were much older than me. We're pretty much the same age, which is depressing. Wait, Jim Gildea. Jim Gildea's an old man. I thought he was about my age. He looks good. Me and you look terrible.
Jim Gildea's about 94.
Wait, how old are you? Actually, I might be older than you.
I'm 53.
Oh, okay, I'm 49.
Yeah.
All right, so we're basically the same
Yeah,
age.
no, Jim is in good shape. Yeah, he doesn't look his age. I would have thought Jim was in his 50s. Is he
Right.
not in his 50s?
Yeah,
I thought early 50s like me.
he was throwing out some numbers there. I was like, wow, Jim Gildea discovered the fountain of youth.
Why, is he in his 60s?
I don't know how old he is. I mean, I didn't ask that. I was just surprised to see, like, when he started his public service, it was going back quite a few years.
Oh, well, yeah, some of those guys started when they're 17, 18 doing stuff. And, you know,
Actually, maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what it was. Because he was saying, like, yeah, wasn't Mark Garofalo like the mayor of Derby when he was like 12?
Yeah, Mark was young.
So, yeah, maybe it's something like that. But, all right, so there's a Q&A. I thought I would have you on as I spit food out of my mouth. Sorry about that. But
my voice has gone a little bit, so I apologize.
Yeah, so is mine. But I thought this would be the public's chance if anybody out there wants to ask questions about the Ansonia budget. Kurt agreed to come on here. I don't have any questions prepared. He hasn't received anything in advance. So this is really anybody who's watching. If you have a question about the Ansonia budget, now is the time to ask. So I guess we'll give it a couple of minutes. I know people are aware that this is happening. I mentioned it all day. I mentioned the fact that the Ansonia Board of Apportionment and Taxation had a public hearing scheduled for 6:30. That happened tonight. In addition, I should also mention tomorrow, starting at 6 a.m. and going till 8 p.m., Seymour, the town of Seymour, has its budget vote for both the school district and the town budget. That's very important. People should know that. That's where Kurt Miller lives. That's the town he abandoned to come work for Ansonia City Hall.
On social media yesterday, I abandoned them.
Who said that?
Some guy on social media. I made comment on a story, and he basically told me to shut up because no one cares you left us. Called me a quitter.
I wonder if that guy's available for freelance. That sounds like the type of reporter we need here.
Hey, I have a question for you while we're waiting for questions from me.
Sure.
So if we go back to last week, about 6 days ago, you were looking for an advance copy of the mayor's budget.
Not an advance copy.
Just a copy of the mayor's budget to put together a story. When will we see the story?
Here's the thing. As you might be aware, I'm involved in a 24-hour live stream right now. I'm interviewing 24 different people. I have been live streaming since 7:45 a.m. I started some of these interviews last week. So I'm a one-person nonprofit. I'm a one-person newsroom. So the reason, to be perfectly honest, I asked for that budget when I asked for it is so I could take a look at it, write some pertinent things in advance, attend the meeting, ask some questions, and then have the story written. Now, because you denied access to a public document at the time that you did, that was it. That was my window. My window expired. I watched it go, woo, goodbye. And I was not able to write a story on it. So I wish I wanted to write a story about it, but the amount of prep that it takes to do this, it's a colossal pain in the butt.
I would have gladly
donate.valleyindy.org.
I would have for free written the story for you, which all you would have had to do is edit up.
I did have
it's service like that for you, Eugene. You know you're my buddy.
Okay. I did have some breaking news related to our argument last week. And basically, for anybody who doesn't know, so the Ansonia mayor unveiled his budget last week during a joint meeting of the Board of Apportionment and Taxation and the Board of Aldermen. And earlier in the day, I had asked, hey, can I get a copy of the budget? And they said, no, I couldn't have it until the mayor officially released it to the two boards. So Kurt and I went back and forth during a live stream. And to Kurt's credit, after the presentation, he came back on via phone and we had a live interview about the budget immediately after it was published. So you should be commended for that. It's not like but we did have a difference of opinion with you and me over me asking for the budget and being denied. And then I had a whole thing with John Marini, which made me even more angry because he was trying to, draft it in whatever BS legalese, jump through a hoop, totally tie the truth into a pretzel. And I say all that because I was right. Here is an email released today by someone considered an expert in the state of Connecticut on FOI. I asked, here's my question. A penny for your thoughts. Ansonia Boat and the BOA held a meeting last week so the mayor could present his budget. On the morning of the meeting, I asked for a copy of the budget, but was denied. I was told I would have to wait until the meeting started. Is that okay, according to the FOI Act? Good morning, Eugene. I would say that you should have been given the budget.
But
Technically, a request to inspect or get copies of records needn't be filled immediately. But the document clearly wasn't subject to any more changes, and I would argue prompt access in this case could be seen as immediate. Now, you're going to say
the document wasn't fully completed.
You're going to say, right, that, well, and that is, I don't know if you want to get into this all again.
I'm just trying to waste some time till we get some questions.
Right. Yeah. And I don't know any questions. I don't even know if I want to go into all this, but the point is I won. Who? Oh, hey, Tony Mamone. Oh, you want to know who said that? Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know after we reach our $10,000 goal. Donate.valleyindy.org. Sorry, I forgot the music. Because now what I'm going to do every time Ansonia asks me a question, I'm just going to be like, well, I'll release that when I seem subjective. Tony Mamone, demonstrating a clear lack of understanding of the English language by saying seems subjective. I mean, any law is subjective, but there's also, I mean, come on, you're going to argue with the FOI Act? I can do this all day.
You are feisty tonight. I like this. This is going to be fun.
Hopefully it wasn't the zero. No, I'm not going to ask somebody connected. Alderman Mahone sometimes is just surprising. All right, he's making a joke. Hopefully it wasn't the 03 lawyer guy. No, of course I didn't ask anybody connected to the Valley Independent Sentinel, the Naugatuck Valley, the city of Ansonia. I went to the FOI Commission, the experts, and asked.
Did you have Chris Bowen on at all?
No. Now
listen, getting an update.
I've used him for promotion. I did say on Twitter that donate.valleyindy.org because we basically gave the world Chris Bowen.
He is down there in Fredericksburg, I believe is where he is.
Why you want to dox the guy? Don't dox him.
No. He's doing pizza reviews of how bad the pizza is down there. It is absolute comedy. The stuff that he's writing it's beautiful. It's funny.
Where is this? I'm not aware of this.
Yeah, if you go onto his personal Facebook page.
He probably blocked me.
Yeah, he's given, he'll go to a pizza, him and his wife or him and his family or something will go to a pizza place and he'll kind of give a breakdown of it.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, he moved. He moved Alderman Mamone to be closer to his wife's family down south.
He's been gone a couple months.
Yeah, he resigned from the board of selectmen up in Seymour. I tried to get him on because it's like part of our tradition.
Yeah.
Because essentially Chris Bowen was the first guy that followed us on Twitter back when we actually before we even had a website. In the months before, he was the first person to follow us. So then as part of our fundraising effort, we're like, hey, let's bring in our first follower. And then, our positive influence on him, we got him involved in the public sector. He ran for, I think, the zoning board or something like that, the P&Z up there in Seymour. He ran for the board of selectmen, was a beloved member, was gearing up for a run against Anne-Marie Dragonis. We all know he would have won easily. But we birthed Chris Bowen. We gave him to the Valley. So I know
he was a perfect late night slot guy.
Right. Yeah. Alderman Mamone says, oh, drats. Bowen's a good guy. Mamone, if you and Bowen just put down your petty political differences, then he went to the, yeah, right. Oh, you want to bring that up? That was But some of that, yeah. Again, Mamone, I will. Here is you throwing shade at somebody, and then I will respond. You can argue with yourself by saying, in response to that, comedy is a lost art. Boom! All right, I'll bring up another sound effect. But
I don't know how good you feel, but I'm glad you and I are spending this time to entertain Tony. I mean,
right? We're just here. Oh, look! Oh my God! It's the whole Republican contingent. Look at Anne-Marie Dragonis. Great guy, that Chris Bowen. He is a good guy. He is
Tony
a good
Mamone
guy.
and Anne-Marie. You and I have quite a following, Eugene. Quite a following.
I'd have a beer with him. Yeah, I've had a beer with Bowen. He's an interesting guy.
Bowen likes crazy scotch and bourbon and whiskey and sake, and he drinks all sorts of wacky stuff.
Right? Yeah. He's not a basic Bud guy like I am.
Yeah, no.
Or Bud Light. I'm still happy to drink Bud Light. I don't care about the culture wars or what I'm supposed to be angry at. I don't give a crap about any of that.
I mean, people are going to do what they're going to do, but you're buying a case. You're going out and buying a case of Bud Light to blow it up, to prove a point to Bud Light. What did you prove? You bought the case from them. So Bud Light made money on it. So you paid them to make your point against them. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and
people just have cases of beer already in their house that they've already bought, but they still bought it already.
Yeah, and for my my weekend podcast that I do on that Twitter account, I'm like, it's comedy related podcasts and movies. It's like the whole Twitter feed for like a week was all about Bud Light. It was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
But we got Mamone. Bourbon is wacky. Kurt,
I love bourbon. Tony, don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm saying wacky bourbons. He would find these obscure bourbons that no one's ever heard of. I did try
in terms of Bowen. This is like the busiest great give we've done, and I left you a lot of time because I assumed like the Ansonia Democrats who were here last week would be in here right now asking a ton of questions about the Ansonia budget, but that's not happening. So I left you like 8:30, and I figured we would go to like 10 o'clock. I mean, maybe that's not going to happen. Maybe it'll just be a half hour thing, but I did invite Bowen on 10 o'clock tonight. I invited him 6 o'clock tomorrow, but he couldn't do it. So I have tried to keep the tradition alive because I do love Chris Bowen. I don't know if it's going to happen though. But all right, so let's talk about this budget a little bit. How'd the public hearing go? How many people spoke?
We had 12 people speak.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
that's a lot for a public hearing on a municipal budget.
Yeah, we had, let's see here, 1, 2, I believe there was 3 people against it and 9 people for it, if my notes are correct. Interesting set of questions. I think people were happy that with the amount of money that we're giving to the Board of Education, that seemed to be a common theme, and I know that was something that was important to Mayor Cassetti. I think it was closely followed up by the funding for emergency services. The ability to switch arms to a full-time department. That was something that's very important. People seem to really support that. And then just, I think overall, people were pleased with the tax decrease. Some folks did make mention of what type of impact that it might have on two-family homes. Would that have any impact on rents and things like that? I personally don't think it will. I don't think the market will react that quickly. The average two-family home is going to be up about $350, give or take. So I don't think they'll be passing an increase that quickly along to renters. I think the increases that we've seen have just organically happened over the last 3 or 4 years, which is the economy itself and the desire to move into Ansonia. When supply is limited, well, that's going to drive costs up. And, supply is limited in Ansonia because so many people are trying to get in and get to Ansonia for, the good school system. It's an inexpensive place, good step up for a lot of people maybe coming out of the cities, coming out of Waterbury, Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, so on, moving up to Ansonia. You get a very good quality of life. You get a really good education, a nice, active community. So there's a lot of positives for these families that move into to Ansonia. So I think, honestly, that has a bigger impact on that. The mayor was...
Before you go on, Kurt, if I may just jump in for a second there, because there is this larger thing at play for the last couple of years that Tony actually touches upon here, Alderman Mamone. we have been told by people that, rent has been going through the roof.
Yep.
There's a lack of, because of, and I always hear that, and this is definitely the case in parts of New Haven, because the New Haven Independent has covered this, where you have people flipping properties and new out of town landlords come in based in Manhattan, and they just jack up the rents, which is, I guess, their right to do, but you're displacing people in entire neighborhoods. Does Ansonia feel that type of pressure with rents? And that has really, of course, your budget doesn't have a direct impact on that, and it's not a line item in your budget, but it is something, and Mamone can answer this, Alderman Mamone too, in the chat. Is this something that you're feeling in Ansonia?
I think there definitely is some of that, and it's a desire for, again, people wanting to move to Ansonia. So it is driving the prices up on these homes. But, to your original question, there's about 1,205 two-family homes and duplexes, we'll call them, in the city. About 441 of them are not owner-occupied. So about about a third of the homes are what I consider a business. The owner does not live in the house. They rent out all of the units. The other 800 or so, give or take, 750, the owner lives in at least one of the apartments and rents out the other. And in some cases, they don't rent out the apartment, and it's just a family home that maybe has been passed down from generation to generation and so on and so forth. So, for those people, you kind of feel bad that to them it's a single family home, but unfortunately it's classified as a two family. It has that potential to bring the extra revenue in. But again, if you look at just a tax increase over a 5-year period on something that can drive revenue, can drive investment for a person, an average year-over-year increase of about $70, I think is fantastic. I mean, I think that's a great thing. And, while it's unfortunate it all hits in 1 year, these folks have gotten extra value the previous 4 years. So, it's unfortunate that they're up a little bit, and we weren't able to find a way to, provide a decrease to every property owner. But again, I think that $350, if you look at some of these other communities that have gone through a revaluation, if residential taxes only went up $350, I think people would be thrilled. So I think, Ansonia is well ahead of the curve with this reevaluation.
And one thing we should mention, what you're talking about, is you had said last week that single family homes the average assessment is $193,000.
Correct.
They are seeing I think you said $425 tax decrease.
No, $126.06.
$126.
Correct. Now, if you look at the average single-family home in Ansonia with this reevaluation, went up about 40.56%. The average two-family home went up 55.35%.
And that's why we're seeing two-family homes, their tax bill, the average tax bill could go up $350, while single families going down $126.
Correct.
Okay. And then the new mill rate, it's a steep decrease, but it's not really, you can't really compare the two mill rates because it's a reval year. So that part of the formula is completely different. Just to read this from Tony Mamone, rents are already as elevated as a result of the influx of people. Demand is driving that. It's everywhere. Alderman Mamone says it's happening for rentals and homeowners. Anne-Marie Dragonis, first selectwoman of Seymour, says people are moving into the valley. Alderman Mamone says, I talked to quite a few residents that relocated from the Westchester Rye area and even some from lower Fairfield County. Rye is in Westchester County, New York. Hey, I'm one of them. 10 years ago, I moved up from Westchester County. Tony Mamone, house appreciation will be a factor as well, especially as economic development continues. And then we got, I don't know what, is he laughing at us? What is that supposed to mean, Mamone?
I may just go home and let Tony take over.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I appreciate the comments. I do. It helps us move it along. There was one thing that was mentioned. I'm going to butcher this, but I'm going to ask it because it's one of the things that that came up. 126.06 is a tax decrease for the average assessed single family home at $193,000. Mamone is Mamone behind?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just in the stream. The other thing that I saw, and this was referenced, I think this morning, an Ansonia Democrat asked me to ask this when I was doing a live stream when I first started, but you had mentioned last week when we had talked, there's a part of the budget that it seemed like you were saying it's relying on, I want to say $5 million in possible anticipated revenue that had to do maybe with the sale of property. Am I phrasing that correctly?
Well, a piece of it. Ansonia has a lot of potential that is right on the cusp of truly taking off. And if you look at the Ansonia Copper Brass property, SHW property, there's roughly 65 acres down there, and that is prime real estate. We've already been contacted by several developers that have a definite interest in whether it be purchasing the land or leasing or renting out some of that space. Nothing is definitive. I mean, nothing's in writing, nothing like that, but these are conversations. These folks are calling, just cold calling, saying, hey, I know what you guys are doing down there. Sounds like a great project. How do we get in? So, when you're in a time like we are now, where inflation is hitting people every place that you turn, gas is up, food is up, utilities are up, everything is up. The last thing we wanted to do was throw extra tax burden on the residents if we didn't have to. And I think it would be derelict in me of not looking at every potential aspect that we have to bring revenue in to this budget. And
let me interrupt you, because keep in mind, I failed high school math twice in college.
Yep.
So you're dealing with a moron here. So I'm going to interrupt you. I think the concern was that this money isn't in hand, that you might be included. Yeah. Don't you, when you create a budget, isn't the whole concept, you crazy bean counters always talk about building a budget from the ground up. And isn't that the opposite? If you don't have the money in hand, how can you count it? Well, I think that's the concern I've heard in the community.
Well, if you look at sales organizations base their budget on a certain percentage of sales. And they go out and they try to hit those sales goals. If they exceed those sales goals, then they bring extra money. And if they come up short on those sales goals, then they don't. But they're making assumptions as to how much they're going to bring in. We do the same thing. We make assumptions about how much taxes we are going to collect. And when you make that assumption, it can only be based off of the grand list. The potential that we see down at SHW and Ansonia Copper and Brass, that would not make our grand list in time. But again, that's land that we control. So in the one current deal that we have, which was approved by the alderman a couple weeks ago, finalized by the state of Connecticut, that was to put in a fuel cell. So we're getting $180,000 a year for a half an acre of land.
That's a signed deal.
That's a signed deal. That's done. So that company has already come back to inquire to us about trying to get more land. So if you look at that deal, it's going to take 14 acres, 1/3 of that property, to close that $5 million projection. So again, I don't think it's anything that it's too far-fetched. I think there's a tremendous amount of potential. And like I said, there's developers that have already called right now and said, we want to buy the whole thing as is. So they're ready to go. We could sell that today. I don't think, we're to that point yet. Sheila has, quite an aggressive plan for SHW. She has been working with the engineers and things on putting,
but aren't you
drawings and things out.
So let me just interrupt again, because again, you're going to have to explain this to me like I'm a 4-year-old. And this isn't for this is for Alderman Mamone specifically. I'm asking questions so the general public can understand what's happening here. And I'm having personally a hard time understanding what's Kurt's saying. So I'm going to rephrase my question, and I apologize for continue to pester you about this. But I thought like you can't put money in a budget. I mean, that's not a done deal. Aren't you counting your chickens before they hatch? I mean, the whole reason of not following the charter in terms of the budget process was because you don't know how much money you're going to get to the state. But now this sounds like, isn't this, I mean, we've seen like projects delayed in the Valley. What's the risk? Maybe this is a reporter way to question it. What's the risk if nothing is developed there? If the economy tanks, or if, I don't know, they find something else in the ground, which isn't unheard of with projects. I mean, Derby, downtown Derby, there's a litany of examples of deals that were supposed to happen and didn't. Is there any potential by including this potential or projected revenue in the budget? Keeping in mind that I'm not a budget guy.
Oh, there's always that potential with anything like that. Now, with state revenue, it's a little bit different because that's a defined number. You either get it or you don't. So if you don't get it, you have to close the hole. Like 2 years ago, we thought we were getting about $1 million in state revenue. We did not get that money, so we had to work to try to close that hole as much as we could. So we'll know relatively quickly how things are progressing with this.
And let's just go to a worst case scenario.
Yep.
What if the deal doesn't happen and Ansonia is stuck with that land? What does that do to your budget? Is there potential, however remote, of having a hole in your budget?
Well, no, because at that point we'd have to close that budget hole. So we would either have to look for other revenue sources, we'd have to look to decrease expenses, or if we were unable to do any of that, then that's when you would turn to your fund balance to cover any shortfalls. You are not.
And are you prepared to do that? Like, is the city? Could the city do that if this doesn't happen next year? Do you have the fund balance? Do you have let's say, play in your budget to cover that if it were not to happen?
Yes, there's contingencies built into this budget at different levels to cover certain outcomes. And I'm not going to get into explaining each one of the contingencies because it'll get extremely confusing, and you and I will be here for 2 hours, and half the people won't understand what I'm saying anyway. But when you build a budget like this that has as many moving parts as it does, you have to have continual check-ins to see where you are in your plan as to how the budget's setting up. So you're looking at your expenses, how are they trending? You're looking at your revenues and how are they trending. And you or any person that creates a budget should have a list of changes that they're ready to make based on how the trends are going. So we know that if revenue is coming up short, let's say, well, then I have a list of expenses that I'm going to look at where I could start pulling money back. So I can say, as an example, we had planned to do this capital project this year. Okay, we're not going to do that. So that's going to save us $150,000. We're not going to do this road project this year. That's going to save us $200,000. So you cobble things together like that, and you pull those expenses back, and then that closes that hole. Also, we look at revenue, and it goes to the same thing. If you're projecting $5 million in revenue and suddenly we get $7 million, well, I have a $2 million list of ideas of what we would do with that extra $2 million if it arrived. I mean, I think what Merrick said he would do. He would obviously invest in infrastructure like he's been doing for the last 10 years. He'd do more roads, more sidewalks, more projects that directly benefit the residents. So, any budget that's built has to have these contingencies and these check-ins. And that happens, pretty much on a 2-week basis. We're looking at this budget to see where we are, what we're projecting, what we're looking at. We can hold certain expenses, like I said, and do that. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The budgets themselves, they're living, breathing entities. They're constantly changing.
You just stole that from Mamone.
No,
how dare you?
Let's get that straight. Mamone steals stuff from me. But that's what it is. So it's something that hasn't been done here before. I'll be honest. It's on the aggressive side, but I don't think we've ever in this community have the potential sitting in front of us that we currently have right down the street at SHW. I mean, that is a massive, massive game changer for this city. And if we do this right, this could honestly change the direction of this city substantially, because this could be a tremendous windfall of money that we can do so much with. We can, again, continue to increase our education spending. We can continue to invest in our infrastructure. We can continue to invest, in our public safety. The best thing ever would be, we have these companies lined up. They want to get this land. They want to be involved in Ansonia, and we start doing pilot payments, so payments in lieu of taxes, where we're just saying, okay, you want this half acre of land? Well, it's going to be 180,000, 200,000, 250,000, whatever it is. And again, 14 acres is all it takes to close that $5 million. There's 65 acres down there. So, while you look at it by itself and you say, wow, that might be crazy, that might be aggressive. But if you take a step back and you look at everything that makes it up and what the potential is, people have made the argument to me that 5 million is not enough. But again, you want to balance expectations, you want to balance needs, you want to do these different things and put something out that's going to be attainable. Listen, I hope that SHW starts to bring us in $6-7 million a year, because with that extra revenue, we can either continue to give tax increases to the residents, which they deserve, or
you said decreases. You just said increases. I think you meant decreases.
I apologize. Or we can continue to make these massive investments in our infrastructure that only makes the city better. And when businesses are looking at different communities, one of the things that they want to see when they're building their pro formas is, well, what are my taxes going to be? And if you see a city that's kind of all over the map, it's up, it's down, it's up, it's down, it's very hard for them to really build out those pro formas to get an understanding what my picture might look like 3, 5, 10 years down the road. If you look at Ansonia over the last 10 years, it's as consistent as it gets. So I'm a business owner. I'm saying, wow, Ansonia's been extremely consistent. They're lowering the taxes this year to a very low number. That's very attractive to me. And I want to get my business in where it's attractive. We're fighting at Shelton, we're fighting Oxford, we're fighting Seymour, we're fighting Derby. Ansonia's telling a very good story as to why this is the place to come. And again, if SHW and Ansonia Copper and Brass take off like we expect it will, it's going to be a destination place that businesses are going to want to be.
And I guess playing devil's advocate to my own question, as you've pointed out, I mean, I've been around paying attention to these communities since 2009, and that part of Ansonia, we just heard the train whistle behind you. So if you walk over the tracks and make a right after, leaving City Hall, crossing Main Street, go across West Main Street, make a right, and there is essentially a wasteland of old factories.
Yep.
That, I remember like asking people 10 years ago, there was just no thought that they would ever come down. So I guess at the end of the day, having this $5 million aspect of your budget is sort of a nice problem to have, because it shows that those buildings are actually coming down. I do pay attention to the city of Ansonia Facebook, and obviously it's a result of money that flows in and administered on the local level, but it's coming from the feds and the state and everything like that. So it is progress happening, true progress happening with those big hulking. Tony Mamone is saying, did I see the recent demo? I haven't been over there, Alderman Mamone, but I have been seeing the videos that the mayor or whomever, the administration's been posting on City of Ansonia Facebook. So it was something I never would have thought that it would be happening. And I say this every great give. I mean, you can't deny the fact that Ansonia Main Street is different than it was. I mean, the Valley Indy could afford only place we could afford an office was Ansonia. So you got the broke ass Valley Indy. Now we got run out because you guys got too fancy on us. So this is funny. Mamone says, drive by. Kurt will buy you lunch.
Well,
yeah, no, he won't.
Slow down there, Cumber. Slow down. But if you look at that whole end of Main Street, I mean, you have nice restaurants down there. You have brand new, beautiful police station, and now right across the street from that, you could have this great development. I mean, that's a fantastic section of Main Street that I think is going to be extremely desirable. I really do.
Emery Dragona says you're cheap.
Wow.
I just assumed that. Yeah, just throwing the zingers. But okay, one other thing, and I mean, again, I appreciate you coming on here. We thought we were going to have a budget Q&A, but I'm shocked that people from Ansonia are not asking questions of you. I'm actually shocked that we don't have 11 questions, a stream of questions. So I'm sort of what is that word? I'm dancing here. I'm dancing as fast as I can here, but.
Well,
The PD. All right. So it was supposed to be a certain amount of money, and then it was another amount of money. And then the Board of Aldermen allocated like another $3 million, and the senior center is going in there, but the parking garage is busted, and the city had to allocate more money to fix the parking structure there. Has that thing, I mean, is it safe to say it's over budget at this point? Not that it's not a wonderful thing for downtown Ansonia, and obviously the police clearly needed a new police department. Mm-hmm. But has that exceeded? It's been a lot to handle.
Oh, it definitely has, and that's the issue you have when you're redeveloping any old building like that. Unfortunately, you knock a wall down, you find something you did not expect. With the parking garage, I don't know if you haven't been down there, but I stuck my head in there last week and took a look at it. You take the concrete up to fix it, and you look at the rebar underneath it, and it's all deteriorating, all not in good shape. So you have to replace all of that. So, it's cost us more than we expected that it would cost.
And do you know the dollar amounts there, Kurt, just for
the senior center and for the parking garage combined? Probably going to be a little over $2 million.
And then what were you expecting it to cost?
I was anticipating about 1.8, 1.9 in that ballpark. So it's not, out of the ballpark when you're looking at what has been done. And if you take a look at the senior center, I mean, that facility is fantastic. So, I give a ton of credit to the people that have been working to put that together. We're in the final phases now. Jared Heon, who's our emergency management director, works for the housing authority, used to run ARMS, is working with Tenor, who is our construction manager, I guess, for lack of a better term. And they're getting all of the IT stuff finished up. So they're finishing all the wiring, getting the TVs, the cameras, everything up. So we should be ready to go in that facility in the next, I'd say, week or 2, 3 weeks.
And then with the police department itself, with 65 Main Street itself, didn't the alderman, this might have been before you worked for the city, but didn't at the beginning of the pandemic, the alderman went out for they spent another $3 million on that building? Doesn't that get thrown on top of you said it was supposed to be 1.8 and then it ended up at 2, but
I'm talking about that number for me was just the senior center and the garage. The police department is completely separate from that.
Okay, but it's all within. We're all talking about 65 Main Street, right?
Okay. So now the police station is on top of that. That kind of all happened before I was here.
Okay.
I just kind of came in at the tail end of when they were finishing construction on the police department and getting to the opening. Did that go a little over budget? Yes, it did, because again, for the same reason, it was an old building. They found stuff that they didn't expect. But again, when the city went out to bond money, they did that through the referendum vote, and then they realized they would need additional funds. So that was during COVID time where we couldn't have referendums. So the Board of Aldermen voted, followed the process that was in place at that point, and had the authorization to borrow that money. So for people to say that the city of Ansonia borrowed money that it shouldn't have, that it illegally did illegally did that, nothing could be further from the case. And, when, certain politicos out there will talk about that we just borrow money for this and borrow money for that, and, we're just borrowing money to prop up spending, nothing could be further from the truth. And those are people that don't understand municipal financing, particularly when it comes to borrowing, because you need to borrow money. You have to go through a very, very specific process, and you have to list out in your bonding documents to the people who are going to be investing specifically what you're using the money on. Bond counsel will not let you borrow money unless you have the specific authorizations in place, which we had all of that done. the reason they talk about, we did get bond premium, we were 51 times oversubscribed. That means that for the money that we put out, 51, we sold, there was more interest than we could possibly handle. So people were actually fighting, trying to get the ability to loan us money. So they would come to the table and say, okay, we want to borrow, we want you to borrow money from us. And to do that, we're going to do that, and we're going to give you X in cash. And that's where the bond premium comes in. Bond premium can only be used to pay down debt. And if you look in our fund balance listings, and you can look at the document that I sent out, it's specifically in there. So people can see what it's for. So you use it to smooth out the debt. So if your debt is rising because of borrowing, you use the premium to pay it down. So what it does is it levels out your debt and helps you bring it down. So, I just shake my head sometimes when people stand up at these meetings and they make these comments. They just don't understand what it is they're talking about. And it's a little ridiculous, in my opinion, that they try to scare residents by essentially making things up. And instead of taking the time to truly ask the questions and have it explained to them, they just go off on these tangents and try to cause problems, which I honestly don't think is fair.
Okay.
I'm
what'd you say?
I'm filibustering again.
Yeah, I know. No, it's all right. I'm losing steam. I got to be honest with you, because I've asked all my questions. Those were, like I said, I thought there would be a lot of people here asking questions who had a chance. What'd you say?
I have an answer for that. And that's just not here, but it's, what I've seen previous. When people are comfortable with what's going on, they tend not to ask a lot of questions because they feel comfortable. And if you're saying we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and you end up doing X, Y, and Z, no,
I thought your opposition, who were here last week and here this morning, I thought they would be in here asking pointed questions.
What of substance can they really talk about that I haven't explained how it really works? And that's the thing. You can come up and they can come out and say, listen, the sky is green. But if you can then articulate the reasons why the sky is really blue. Oh, Alexa, quiet.
It's free for 30 days and then
sorry, Alexa's going off. What can they come up with? Every question that has been asked, the mayor or a member of his staff has come back with an answer, and an answer that's backed up in fact. Supposedly the city is falling apart and we're doing all these illegal things and we're mismanaging the funds.
I just got a letter to the editor, 8:23 p.m. I just opened my email, so I thought these were questions that would be addressed here. But anyway, yeah, so that's happening.
But we have the auditors that have said the auditors gave a report last night Monday with Bo. They came in and they said that everything is as it should be. Everything is going well. All the policies procedures are being followed. Everything's being done the correct way. We went back in front of S&P in a troubling time, and S&P held our rating firm and had positive comments to make about the city. So
when did that happen?
That was in January of 22.
Okay.
So last January. Where at that same time, as you know, Eugene, a lot of towns were being downgraded.
Right.
Just because things going on. Ansonia was able to hold its rating. So again, this is not me just blowing smoke, but this is outside agencies that this is what they do that are saying what Ansonia is doing is correct. What Ansonia is doing is proper. And I understand people may not like it, but it's in the best interest of the residents. And the one thing I can say about working for Mayor Cassetti, he cares about one thing, it's the residents. That's all he cares about. And everything that we talk about, every initiative that we look at, everything that we do, the first thing that he says, well, how's it going to impact the residents? That's all he cares about. And it's very refreshing to work for someone like that has that mindset all the time. It's not, about him. It's about, well, what can we produce for the residents? What can we do to make the residents' experience better? What can we do to help residents out? It's a great thing to have.
I had to give you a pow. All right, Kurt. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to stress about the budget. We did start off kind of backwards here because the first thing we talked about was a probable increase for 2-family homes. but you've also said that there's a decrease coming for single family homes at the average assessment. So we should probably note that as well. Tony Ramone said Eugene looked glazed. What I was actually trying to do there was think of a next question for Kurt, how to dig us out of that wormhole of municipal finance. He dug us into there. Not that I don't appreciate it.
You want to talk about MERS?
But no.
Come on, that's $843 million.
Wait, wasn't there something? Go ahead. This is explain what it is. Explain to the public what it is.
All right, so
because it sounds like a disease. It sounds like something you pick up at an unclean hospital.
Well, it could happen, but
like a staph infection.
Is the municipal employees retirement system. It is the pension plan that about 100 or so towns and cities are in. It's managed through the state of Connecticut. It was initially designed to mirror the state employees retirement system. The plans themselves are about 70 years old. And over the 70 years, the state plan has had multiple changes, multiple iterations. There's different tiers and so on. The municipal plan is in its original format. So since I've been involved, so 15 years or so, we've been asking for changes to be made. And it was always no, it was always no, it was always no. Finally, the new comptroller came in, Sean Scanlon. He came to a CCM meeting to give us the bad news that MERS payments, the cost to the city for a police officer, as an example, was going from 25% to 30%, which was an increase of well over $300,000 for the city of Ansonia. So he came to this meeting. I stood up and said, well, that's great that you're giving us this information. But
wait, was that today?
No. This goes back in February.
Okay.
And, we've been asking at CCM since I've been involved. So 12, 13 years, whatever it is. And he stood up and said, okay, we'll do something. And I figured we were just getting blown off. 2 weeks later, he called and said, let's get a group together. We got a group of people together. Our first selectman, Dragonis, was involved in it. Mayor Cassetti, gave me the privilege of going to represent Ansonia. And we were able to work with the unions to come up with this historic agreement.
Is that what I'm looking at right now? Is this the news that broke today?
Yep. And if you look, we're right over I'm just right over the shoulder. I'm hidden behind the podium. It's amazing that I'm actually hidden behind something. But,
Miller avoided a photo op? I've never heard of such a thing.
But in total, over 30 years, towns and cities are going to save, like I said, about $843 million. The city of Ansonia, over the next 30 years, is going to save $12.4 million. So it's a historic thing. And again, it was done Republicans and Democrats, management and labor, everybody at the table sitting down and working to get this done. So it was something that I thought would never be, I would never see in my lifetime. And it was great that we were able to get this. Now, the next step we're going to do is over the summer, we're going to work on adding a new tier. So when new employees start to come in, or if other communities want to join the MERS system, they would come into this new plan. It's just a very exciting time. And listen, I'm a pension geek. So for me, this is kind of a big, it was a big deal. I give a ton of credit to, and you know me, I ran for the position of comptroller. So it's not normally that I would give a lot of credit to a Democratic comptroller, but
the guy who beat you.
Well, no, this was not the guy who beat me.
Oh, sorry.
But listen, I would vote for Sean Scanlon because what he did was historic. It was brave. That's leadership. Here's a guy, they say you lead from the
Wait, do you see Anne-Marie Dragonis calling you a geek? I just have to call attention to that. I apologize. I'm getting punchy.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead, Kurt.
So it's listen, I give the guy credit. He led from the front on this. He kept labor in line. He kept management in line. Whenever we strayed, he brought us right back in. And he took it over the finish line. And you got to give the guy a ton of credit. And he's not that old. I'm going to say Sean's maybe in his mid-30s at most. I mean, this is a guy that's got a political future because he knows how to get people in the room talking to one another. So he doesn't care, like I said, Republican, Democrat. He just wants to get stuff done. Very, very refreshing.
All right. I think that's it, Kurt Miller. I don't have any other questions for the Ansonia budget. And it's going to be too much Ansonia because we're supposed to have the Cassetti crew come in at 1:00 tomorrow. I'm going to ask them about Big Y. And I did. I mean, the most important thing. What'd you say?
Maybe Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's. That's going to Tri-Town.
You don't know. A lot of things could happen.
An Apple store.
Apple store would be nice.
But of course, I mean, the most important things any listeners at this point should take away from this is that, yes, there is a tax decrease coming for the average single family home assessed at $193,000, $126 tax decrease coming for property owners of multifamily, two-family houses. You might see your taxes go up $350
on average. Yeah.
On average, again, yeah, this isn't guaranteed. That's an average. But also, they should have given me the budget. I have an email from the FOI commission saying, yeah, Driscoll's right, Miller's wrong. Oh, wait, I played the wrong one. I'll give a pow-pow. Pow-pow!
Can I FOI that document from you?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'll send an email FOI request to you.
Good evening, residents of the great city of Ansonia. This is Mayor David Cassetti.
I have that drop for like a year now. All right. All right, we have a couple of comments here. Anne-Marie Jagronis, first select woman of Seymour, says Whole Foods. Alderman Ramon says way to start rumors. Kurt. So that's that. Is there anything else you wanted to add? Do you still like your job? Do you miss being the Grand Poobah of Seymour or no?
No. I love doing what I'm doing. I love the finance part of it. I love working for the mayor. And, I don't worry about Seymour because I think Anne-Marie's doing a bang-up job over there. And I'm not saying that just because she's on. But, I think she's just, over the last couple of years, Chuck E. Cheese. Oh, thanks, man.
Lots of Chuck E. Cheese.
I don't know. Oh, he'd like a Chuck E. Cheese. Man, amen to that. They make great pizza. But no, I think everybody's doing a great job in Seymour. So, I have confidence in her. So when you have confidence in the person that's leading your city, or your town, it just makes things a lot easier. So it's nice.
Do you want to see the guy I had invited into the room, but then we decided not to because we were worried I was going to get fired? He would say something inappropriate. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, no, I better not show that. All right, never mind. All right, Kurt Miller, I want to thank you for dropping by tonight. I really want to thank you for, having the willingness to just come here. And you didn't know what questions you were going to get. You didn't know if you have 1,000 questions. It turned out you only had questions for me with cheerleading from Mamone in the comments. So it was a total layup for you. But I do appreciate your time.
I love doing this. So the more we talk about this stuff, I think the better it is for the residents. So. Yeah, it's definitely the open exchange like this is. I think that's what makes social media great, when you can just have this open conversation. Because now I have a better understanding of the Ansonia budget than I did last week, and I still haven't read the thing from start to finish. Because who's got time for that?
No one does.
Right. I will in the future. But all right, Kurt, that's it.
All right. Well, it's always a pleasure, Eugene. And to Matt and to Tony and to Anne-Marie, the three people that actually watched us, thank you for sticking in with us. It was certainly a fun night. And please tell Chris I said hello. I haven't seen him in a bit. So
I will if I see him. Mamone says, can't wait for the article. This is the article. The article is, the headline is, Ansonia done messed up.
Pow pow?
Wait, I lost it. The thing is, okay.
You're going to be, you guard. There it is.
You know what I also have? I have some, I can't play all of these. There's this one. This is always great. There's that. There's that. That's a good one. If you just want to go through sound drops, I can't play that one. Okay, here's one.
Be more funny. Be more funny.
A Homer reference.
Oh.
What?
There's, of course, that one.
What?
All right.
Hey, are you a Mets fan?
Nah, I don't watch organized sports.
No. Well, the Mets lost 2 games to the Detroit Tigers.
That was Ethan Fry. Ethan Fry was a massive.
He was a big Mets fan. Oh,
yeah.
So bad night for Mets fans.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
All right. Again, thanks so much, and thanks for your support all over the years, and thanks for always being, coming on here and being willing to answer questions.
Oh, anytime, pal. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. You can let yourself out. It's the Leave Studio button.
Leave Studio. Hey, you want to hear something funny before I go?
Okay. Ha! That old joke. So that was Kurt Miller, the CFO, Matt Maisto, the O&A soundboard from 1999. This actually, I stole those sounds specifically, although they probably stole it from O&A. I stole it from WATP. Who are these podcasts? Because I went on, it's a long story, but I impersonated I was invited to impersonate the producer of WATP. So he's the guy that plays sounds. So in preparation for my impersonation, I do have a bunch of sounds stored here. But unfortunately, a lot of them have questionable language that I can't play. But anyway, that was that. Mamone says O&A were amazing. Yeah, I interviewed them on the air once. I got their buses, their billboards pulled off Westchester County buses, and one half of O&A remembers it because I ran into him within the last year and mentioned it, and he remembered. Oh, you're the jerk that got our advertising pulled off county buses. But all right, so yeah, that was Kurt Miller, and seriously, very appreciative to Kurt Miller for coming on here and answering all those questions about the Ansonia budget. Yeah, I was in Westchester County, New York. They had the WOW billboards on the buses. You know, WNEW, the radio station, paid to have them advertised on the county buses. And it was a little, clickbaity before there was clickbait. But I called the Westchester County government. I think Andrew Spano was the chief executive at the time. It was before George Latimer. I think it was Andy Spano. It wasn't O'Rourke. It was definitely Andy Spano. And we were like, hey, Westchester Department of Transportation, you're advertising and encouraging females to go topless because you know what WOW means, is the old radio stunt. And the county, in a haste, pulled the billboards up. Matt Meso says Chad Zumach is about to snipe stream this. Yeah, that's why at the end of the day, I didn't have El Harible. I had a bit planned with El Harible was going to come into the room. He's a masked wrestler, very funny guy. But he was going to come in at about 9:15 and ask Kurt a question. I thought it would be funny, but El Harible and I were exchanging messages, and we came to the conclusion that maybe we should keep those worlds separate. And maybe people wouldn't get the humor, but maybe they would have. So anyway, I chickened out. So we're going to have that Matt Maisto, who keeps commenting and bringing in the outside world, is going to be here at 10 o'clock in a half hour with David Lenart. And we're going to quickly go over, totally not really great give related, but we're going to go over the latest season of The Mandalorian, maybe spend 15 minutes talking about that. And that'll be the last stream of the day, right? I'm coming up on 3 hours live this time around. I think it was like 6 hours before that and 6 hours before that. I've been live since 7:45 this morning. Oh, I'm looking at this Twitter. I'm like, what is all this about? But I'm not on my own Twitter. So again, it is the great, the man. The Mandalorian. Yeah. Yeah. All right, good. This will be a good conversation. And I'm really interested to hear what Dave Lenart has to say about it, because he's a Disney guy, and he's more forgiving of the Disney shows. So, but he's got interesting takes, so maybe he'll win us over. Tony Mamone won't be watching. I need to catch up. No spoilers. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, that's a good point. Dude, I watched it all like in a binge. Like, I don't know. So when I was not writing the Ansonia budget story, I was watching The Mandalorian with my wife in over the course of one evening. But definitely do not listen. And I guess I should put that spoiler alert in the thing. So, because we're definitely going to have to do some spoilers. Although at the end of the day, nothing really that spoilery happened, which is one of my complaints. But so if people want to donate to the Valley Indy, if you want to support a local news organization, we're the only, although I didn't write a story about the Ansonia budget because they didn't give it to me, I did live stream the meeting. I did have a 26-minute argument before the meeting with Kurt Miller, and then we streamed the meeting. So about 600 people watched that. And then after the meeting, Kurt Miller came back and answered my questions off the cuff about the Ansonia budget. Kurt Miller returned this evening to answer my questions and anybody who was willing to ask questions about the Ansonia budget. No other news organization in the state of Connecticut on planet Earth has done that much coverage of the Ansonia budget. So we got that going for us. Hopefully that can trigger someone out there to donate.valleyindy.org and keep this type of news alive, right? This type of just informal, right? I think we try to be fair. We try to be professional, but at the end of the day, we're your neighbors bringing you the news. The Valley Indy was the only news organization last week to stream every single night, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, maybe Thursday night. No, Thursday was Ansonia, maybe going back the week before. The Derby budget process, streamed it, wrote stories about those, stayed up half the night, got up at 6 a.m., was right back at it. Different type of local news coverage. I may, not understand Miller talking about bond ratings all the time, but hopefully we've earned our keep this year. Let's see how. We'll go to donate.valleyindy.org. So we are 54% of the way there, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to you, we have raised $5,365. Spoiler alert, he wears his helmet. Oh, Matt's on fire tonight. Let's share that real fast as we're getting ready to wrap up day one of the Valley Indy 2023 Great Give live stream. Recent donors, Christine Curtis, thank you very much. Jim Marr, the Gherkins family, Mr. Rick Dunn donating $500. Thank you so much, Rick Dunn. Get well soon. Hang in there, brother. Mr. Ron Sill, alderman from the great city of Derby, right? I'm going to take Mayor Cassetti's great thing and apply it to Derby. So, and then a bunch of donors who I acknowledged previously. I will acknowledge everybody again at the end of the night, which is coming upon us rapidly. Then the Great Give overall has raised $1.6 million since 8 a.m. 8,342 people have donated, benefiting just shy of 500 organizations. If you want to donate to a Valley nonprofit, go to valleyindy.org. I'm going to bring that up right now. Hey, come on. How good was I to bring up the CT Mirror story on the MERS stuff? I don't know the first thing about MERS. I just happened to stumble across that link as Kurt was talking. Made it seem like I knew what he was talking about. I had no idea. But if you're undecided and you want to support a Valley nonprofit here, a Valley nonprofit here in the Valley, I've listed them all right here under extra. If you're on a cell phone, just scroll down a little bit until you get to this long list. So many worthy organizations in all the towns of the Valley. I've listed them in alphabetical order. A lot of sports-related things on there as well, like a Derby Running Club jumps out at me. Obviously it's getting, with inflation and the price of food being what it is, it gets harder and harder to, keep your kid enrolled in sports. Pop Warner football, they're coming on. They reached out to me. They're going to come on tomorrow at 6:00. So a lot of youth activities are included in this. Valley Arts Council, that's Ansonia based on Main Street. Rich DiCarlo is going to be coming on. I pre-taped an interview with him. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of technical issues, but it was still a fun interview. And he talks about the band that's going to be playing at Nolan Field at Rock the Valley this summer. I have something coming with the Ansonia Opera House. I recorded that in advance. I'm going to share that tomorrow at 12 p.m. Ansonia Opera House. That's a great conversation about efforts underway to restore that building and the ghost hunting that's going on. Now, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't like covering ghosts. People say fake news, but then everybody wants to read about ghosts in the news. I don't like that. But we do have an extensive conversation because apparently the ghosts of the Ansonia Opera House are literally targeting me, which isn't cool. So I got that going for me. Matt Meso's taking his dog out. Okay. All right, good. You got plenty of time. So anyway, that's that. The Great Give is going well. People that I've had on, if you're just tuning in, you can go back and see part one. I did get an email from somebody. Let me see if I can. Jen Moffitt. Okay. Anybody I interviewed earlier today, I've divided these live streams into 3 parts. Let me just respond to this real fast. I think that was part 2. I'll have to look later. Yeah, this year I went with long chunks. In the years past, and maybe this was a mistake. Maybe it would have been better to do these as individual, or at least maybe 2 nonprofits in each video. But last year and the year before, it got really hard to, go live, create a new thing, make that live, make sure it's everywhere it's supposed to be. So this year I decided to do a bunch of long chunks. Instead of doing 20 different videos or 10 different videos, I'm doing like 5 or 6 4-hour videos a piece. So the disadvantage is that when people appear, it's hard for them to go back and find their stuff. But if you're looking on Valley Indy Facebook or Valley Indy YouTube, you should be able to look at the individual live stream. It'll say part 1, part 2, or part 3, and the schedule should be there. So you should see your name. And then you just have to kind of search through and find yourself. There were some last minute changes that I had to make. So there's 1 or 2 where you couldn't edit them once it was live on Facebook. So I think that affected Julia Day. Wasn't officially listed on my Facebook page, but it is on the site valleyindy.org. So again, we're going to go live. I'm sticking around. 10 p.m. is the next one. And actually, had I done the prank I was planning to do on Miller, it probably wouldn't have happened till just now. Because again, I envisioned like being inundated with questions about the Ansonia budget. And Miller, I really thought I would just be holding back and reading questions, and that the residents would be conducting the interview with Kurt Miller. And so I had told this guy, I'll pop into the stream at 9:30 p.m. and ask this dorky question dressed as a luchador. Call back to my time as a Don Rickles-like insult comic during the punchki eating contest at the Ansonia Armory earlier this year. So let's go through Valley Indy Facebook once again, because there are so many nonprofits that are benefiting from the Great Give today. And a lot of them are sharing information on Facebook. This is doing it local. Is this... I thought this was the Ansonia one, the Feast of St. Anthony. Oh, it's right in front of me. Park Avenue, Bridgeport. That's pretty cool. Here's Adam's House. They were with us at 10 a.m. They're trying to raise $40,000. They have look at it. They have a redirect like I have, Adam's House, ct.org/GG23. You want to donate to Adam's House, and it's a bereavement center for little kids. They have an 8-week program there. Each course costs about $1,000, but it's free. It's a free service they provide for like little kids who lost a mom, lost a dad, lost a sibling. They go in and they go through this program and learn to deal with grief, which is, it's just a beautiful program. Office of the First Select Woman sharing the Team Inc. post about the taco eating contest coming out. Unfortunately, I've been banned from Hot Tamale for a while now, so I can't attend or participate. But there's a taco eating contest on Friday at 5:05 p.m. to benefit Team's Meals on Wheels program. Here's an 8-minute-old post from the Valley Community Foundation. The Great Give nonprofit with the gift closest to midnight wins the $500 Midnight Snack Prize. So if anybody wants to help a nonprofit possibly win $500, donate as close as possible to 12 a.m. Stay up with us and join the fun. Midnight Snack Prize gift closest to 12 a.m. Community Foundation for Greater New Haven the organization essentially behind the Great Give. They have a similar post. Oh, Naugatuck Monthly Mobile Food Pantry. I mean, one thing that has come up again and again today during these Great Give live streams is the need, food insecurity because of inflation and rising food prices. Our food pantries are busier than ever, it sounds like. St. Vincent de Paul had a post saying, I think they're 21% increase. I'm going to have an interview tomorrow morning with the Blessing Pantry from Seymour Trinity Church. They talk about how demand has increased due to inflation. And there's all these groups that have started all over the valley called these all-in grassroots groups. I wish they would clue in and rope in the media a little more to spread their message, but they choose not to do that. But there are all these organizations that have been meeting to identify and address problems in the community, such as the increasing and astronomical rise in rent pointed out in the Valley Community Index that came out earlier this year, and food insecurity. Here, Support Catholic Education. Earlier today, I had on pre-taped interviews with the St. Mary, St. Michael School, and with the Assumption School, and with Julia Day Nursery, all organizations that you can support right now by going to thegreatgive.org or go to valleyindy.org, look under Extra Extra, go to the nonprofit of your choosing. And actually, one thing about the schools, Assumption, Julia Day, and St. Mary, St. Michael's. Let me see if I can find it here. If you donate, oh wait, is this new? I don't think this was here. I can play an Assumption School video that I don't think was available when I interviewed their new principal. But anyway, a generous donor has provided a match pool of $5,000 for child daycare, pre-K, K through 12 special education schools. Eligible organizations receive a portion of the match based on the number of unique donors who make gifts between 9 and 10 a.m. tomorrow, May 4th. So if you're looking to give to St. Mary, St. Michael, or the Assumption School, or Julia Day, of course, if they want you to listen to them and maybe they want you to donate at a certain time, but that's an idea right there. I saw earlier Julia Day didn't have any donations. People should support Julia Day Nursery. It's been in Ansonia for more than 100 years. So you can do that tomorrow if you'd like, between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., May 4th. Okay, let me see. I'm going to share this. I don't even know what tab was I just sharing. But here is Great Give 23. And this is the right Assumption School. I was thinking, how did I miss this video? But let's watch this together.
My name is Jeff Nimmons, Assumption School graduate, class of 1998. And this is my daughter, Chloe, currently enrolled in pre-K. Assumption School continues to provide an educational foundation for my family and countless others throughout the Valley. We appreciate your support through the Great Give.
Hello, I'm Beth Lynch. I'm a 1965 graduate of Assumption School.
Hello, I'm Tom Lynch. I'm a 1962 graduate of Assumption School.
Hello, I'm Dan Lynch. I'm a class of 1988 graduate of Assumption School. My children here, Brendan and Molly, are fifth generation boy and girl to graduate from Assumption School.
Hello, my name is Brendan Lynch and I'm in class of 2020 from Assumption School.
Hello, my name is Maya Lynch and I'm in class of 2023 of Assumption School.
While much has changed over the years, my graduating class had 76 members. Molly's graduating class this year has 16. But the one constant is, at its core, is the education at Assumption School. It's based on faith formation, service to others, and academic excellence.
My name is Anthony. I'm in kindergarten and I'm gonna go into first grade.
And I'm Alicia, his mom. I graduated here in 1994. I chose Assumption School for my son for the Catholic education and the small community.
Hi, my name is Anthony Savo. I was class of 1999. This is my daughter Savannah. She's going into third grade. Also, my son AJ will be starting pre-K next year. It was important for me that my kids went to Assumption, not only to get a fantastic education, but it's going to be the friendships they build throughout the years. I still have friends that I went to school with. I've been friends with for over 25 years, and I look forward to them building the same relationships.
My name is Mary Jane Jorgensen. I graduated from Assumption in 1970.
I'm Lisa, and I graduated in 2002.
I'm Ella, and I'm in kindergarten.
I chose for my daughter to go to Assumption because it had such great Catholic values and family values. And to this day, we are still friends with families that she were a part of. And to this day, my granddaughter Ella, I can see already that it's great, the families are great, the children are great, and I hope that goes forward right through, because it's such a great positive message for families of today.
Assumption isn't just a school, it's a family here. We are so excited that our daughter, our youngest, is actually coming next year as well, and we're very excited that they get to join in on the values and the family aspect that I've had my whole life. Most of my favorite memories are from Assumption, and we can't wait for our kids to build those memories as well. What do you want to say, Ella?
I love my store.
Yeah, girl.
Say, go Assumption.
Go Assumption.
Hi, I'm Becky MacArthur, class of 1998. This is my daughter Claire and my son Grant, both current students at Assumption School. Assumption School provides not only a great academic foundation, but also helps them grow in their faith, sense of family, and sense of community spirit, with generations and generations continuing on in the Assumption spirit, thanks to your generous donations.
My name is Nikki. I graduated from Assumption in 2006. This is my daughter Mia. She's in kindergarten going into first grade, and I chose Assumption for her so that she could be very prepared for the future.
Hi, my name is Rob Lisi. I was Assumption class of 1996. This is my daughter Millie. She's in 5th grade. I myself was a 3rd generation Assumption student, and Millie's 4th generation student here. We chose Assumption because of the tight-knit community, great school, great group of people, and we're very happy.
Probably should unmute myself. That was a video from the Assumption School, a school you can support during the Great Give. We had the principal, Torrin Burke, on earlier today to talk about that. We also had the principal and students from St. Mary's St. Michael's School on. I shared a video from them earlier as well. Actually, during that interview, just pre-taped, I shared their video. And then there's Julia Day. Learning institutions for young people, right? I've heard them say that children are the future, and you can support our future by going to thegreatgive.org and donating to one of these organizations. Obviously, there are hundreds of nonprofits benefiting from the Great Give. So far, people have donated $1.6 million since 8 a.m. this morning. Again, $1.6 million has been donated. And a lot of those organizations are nonprofit groups that help kids. I wonder if that's even, I'm going to look up for education. I'm on thegreatgive.org. I guess I'll share this. You can search by education to see all the different nonprofits that are involved in, guess what? Education. Here it is right here. I'm going to search that. Adam's House is in Shelton. That's local, obviously. There's the Assumption School. Boys and Girls Club of the Lower Naugatuck Valley. All the different organizations, all the different educational. Wow, there's 9 pages. There's so many center stages on there. Cardi, this was a Derby Historical Society. Cardi, again, I really wanted to interview them. We just couldn't make it happen, but they're a really cool organization. They've raised $6,700 with 47 donors, and basically it's a traveling museum. Launched a couple of years ago, Shelton-based. They bought this bus, and they go from school to school, especially to schools that might not have art programs or have limited art programs because of budget cutbacks. and whatnot. And also these an arts organization like that is getting matching money from the Bank of America. And actually, we might have missed that particular. I'm reading it out loud. We missed that one. So that's one to check out. Already, I had played their video earlier today. Their mobile art museum bus is a vital arts education resource for young children, emerging student artists, and entire communities across the state. Through the school and community programming, they seek to nurture critical and creative thinking and promote belonging in community and museum settings. Artie's mission is to bridge inequities in education and arts across Connecticut. So that is pretty cool, as Larry David would say. All right, 10 more minutes, and then we're going to talk about The Mandalorian. Probably do it for a half hour, and then I'm going to go to bed. Just checking what he said. Seymour Town Hall is corrupt. I don't know where that. Oh, if anybody, one of the frustrating things here, some of it's on me, but I limited the sharing of hyperlinks on the Valley Indy because we were getting inundated with spam, just crazy stuff. So I don't want people to go to the Valley Indy site, click a weird link, and then suddenly, you've sold your kids to whatever, or you've been doxxed, or your bank account is drained, or what have you. So a couple of people have tried to share their Great Give links, and I forgot that I had turned off the ability to share hyperlinks. So what I've been doing is when I see that, I go in and then I make it live. I unhide it. Facebook also has this weird thing where they've just, the AI has taken over. They call it like comment moderation. So I think there was a word that kept, I don't remember what it was, but it hid every comment unbeknownst to me with like the word sick in it or something like that. Totally random. So I got an email, like once a week I get an email that tells me we've moderated 5 comments this week. So once a week I figure I find out who's been censored, and it's not me. I'm pretty loose. The only thing that gets me annoyed is just when the political fighting goes on for like a lot. When it becomes like, it reminds me of my kids screaming at each other in the backyard. I get really on edge with that type of stuff. Oh, Gene Falbo-Sosnovich covered tonight's budget public hearing in Ansonia because that's the way the Valley Indy works. Not only, ladies and gentlemen, have I been live with you trying to convince you to support the Valley Indy, trying to convince you to support 60 other nonprofits in the lower Naugatuck Valley, but we also sent Gene Falbo-Sosnovich, our freelancer, writes 4 stories a week. Wouldn't it be great if we could hire Gene full-time? Wouldn't that be one? I don't think Gene would accept the offer, but wouldn't it be great if we had the money to make Gene full-time? And that's one of the reasons you should go to donate.valleyindy.org and donate $100 right now, because $50 pays for one. Gene is on a different thing here, but traditionally $50 pays for one freelance story. That's pretty much what we were paying for freelance in the days before Gene. I mean, what happened was I had freelance, and then the budget got cut, and I had no freelance for a while. That's when things were really stressful at the Valley Indy. Having Gene, although she sometimes drives me nuts with these random texts she sends me, and she tends to email me late at night, but I'm asleep. Like, we have different patterns, but she's been a godsend. She has been a tremendous help, especially in Seymour coverage at the Valley Indy. So I'm very grateful. And again, like, that's what your money goes to, like we need more help. But anyway, here's Gene's story on tonight's. I'm going to read it. This is unedited. So I'm just going to read Gene's raw story on tonight's budget hearing in the city of Ansonia. About 30 residents showed up at Ansonia City Hall Wednesday, May 3rd, for a public hearing to weigh in on a proposed $64.5 million budget that decreases the tax rate by 11.5 mils in a revaluation year. The city's Board of Apportionment and Taxation held the first of 2 public hearings. The Board of Aldermen is scheduled to hold a second hearing on May 30th on the 2023-24 budget that Mayor Cassetti presented on April 20th. Maybe I'll edit this live, huh? Let me do this real fast. I have 6 minutes. Oh, it's a little on the long side. Not a complaint. Just that it's 10 o'clock and I asked Gene to cover a story because I am a moron. All right, so about 30, let me change that real fast. About 30 residents showed up at Ansonia City Hall Wednesday for a public hearing to weigh in on. I'm just going to go to about 30 residents showed up at Ansonia City Hall Wednesday for a public hearing on a proposed $64.5 million budget that decreases the tax rate by 11.5 mils. But we have to point out that it's in a revaluation year because, as we just learned from Kurt Miller, some people will see their taxes increase, especially if you, and I'm specifically talking about if you own a 2-family home. The city's Board of Apportionment and Taxation. Yeah, see, I'm a little problematic. City's Board of Apportionment and Taxation held the first of 2 public hearings. That first paragraph is all right. I can't do this live. Hold on one second. All right, so in about 4 minutes, supposed to have Matt Masto of Mondo Creepy, who was in the chat, and Dave Lenart appear to talk about The Mandalorian. Go through the rest of this story real fast. Of the dozen or so residents who spoke, the majority voiced support for the budget. 3 residents, including Thomas Egan, a Democrat who recently threw his hat into the ring to challenge Republican incumbent Cassetti for his job in November, expressed concerns about the budget being presented so late. Ansonia's city charter states that the mayor is supposed to present his budget to the tax board no later than the second Monday in February. The tax board, in turn, is then supposed to submit a budget to the Board of Aldermen no later than the second Tuesday in March. The aldermen are supposed to adopt the budget no later than April 30th. Ansonia's chief financial officer, Kurt Miller, has repeatedly defended the city ignoring the charter, saying the city relies on state aid and the state budget is never ready that earlier in the year. We should probably also note right here that Derby and Seymour are under the same constraints, but have not altered their budget processes. Because, yeah, Ansonia does say that they rely on state aid and they don't follow the charter because state aid isn't known until later in the year, but that's the same for 168 other towns. It's not really an excuse not to follow your charter. I mean, it's an excuse, but we should point out that next door in Derby, they already adopted a budget. Miller told the Val Indy following the 30-minute public hearing where he stands behind Godsend. Yeah, but check your email, Gene, because you got to rework this story. Miller told the Val Indy during the 30-minute public hearing he stands behind, waiting longer to present the budget. Had we jammed through the budget? Resident Mike Mako. Former, all right, we gotta. How's I doing right now? I gotta save this. Sorry, I gotta save that for later. All right, is it 10 o'clock yet? All right, here we go. Dave Leonard's here. I'm being rude. I like how the other guy is in the chat. Send me the link. Did I not send you the link? Sorry, Dave. How long you been waiting?
Not long at all. I just finished some homework and jumped on.
All right, so I got another guy. Apparently, I forgot to send him the link. Sorry about that, Matt Misto. Another Star Wars expert. So give me 1 second. I just have to go into my Facebook and I have to go to my own account and then go to my messages. Sorry about this. And then send that to Mr. Matt Misto. All right, Matt, in the chat, you should have that. So, Dave, you're obviously Dave Lenart, former Derby fire chief, lifelong resident of the city of Derby, longtime Valley Indy supporter. And are you still the co-host of Two Dudes Talking Disney?
Am, yes. We've
Tony hasn't forced you out because I get the vibe Tony is definitely trying to force you out and take it over with his wife.
No, Tony and his wife have been filling in while I've been, a lot of extracurricular activities popped up on my end between fire chief, baby, puppy. So they've been, they've been filling in.
And I apologize. I just like to go around and try to start podcast drama. There's a whole genre on YouTube I've discovered of just old middle-aged men fighting with each other on different podcasts. It's fascinating. And speaking of that, all right, I'm going to bring in this other guy, Dave, because Dave, I wasn't 100% sure you did confirm this morning.
Yes,
I was getting a little paranoid. I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I said, I know we talked, and then I just assumed that I was in. So
okay, yeah.
I apologize.
No, it's fine. But also joining us, just in case you went MIA, or had to work. I didn't know if you had to work or not.
That's
but
right,
this is Matt Misto. He's of Mondo Creepy TV.
Hey, David.
That's David Lenart. Matt, no cursing.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
Hey, since we're after dark, what's the drinking rules?
Well, I'm sober because I got to do this again tomorrow. But you guys can drink away. Actually, I don't want to get into it. Matt will pull out a bong and I'll be defunded in 8 minutes. So let's keep it within reason. But just
within reason.
Matt directs and writes, produces, creates this YouTube show called Mondo Creepy. Right? You can find it. Is it Mondo Creepy TV on YouTube? Right?
Mondo Creepy TV on YouTube.
So it's in the vein of it's a horror hostess show. Right. He has Lilith Von Bloodworth, who is a video store clerk, an undead actress from exploitation movies back in the day. And she's trapped in a video store and she presents these horrible B movies on YouTube and provides like commercial breaks.
If you
just
ever
like Elvira,
USA Up All Night or Elvira, it's like that.
USA Up All Night. And so my 70% female audience that watches the Valley Indy has completely tuned out. So this will just be the three of us.
They left the moment you said Star Wars.
I was going to say, most of them did.
Yeah. We had some people going for Miller. We had Kurt Miller, and I was asking him budget questions. And I thought the Ansonia Democrats were going to show up and pepper him with questions, but they didn't show up. I know what they were doing. They were all lurking, and they're writing down what Miller's going to say, and they're going to attack him right before the election. But so I was stuck with Miller, but our numbers were relatively high. Anyway, so I thought we would talk about you guys being Star Wars aficionados, experts. The most recent season of The Mandalorian just ended. I should say major spoiler alerts for anybody who's watching. If you haven't watched The Mandalorian, this is our wrap-up episode of all of season 3. And I guess I'll start with you, Dave. What were your thoughts on this latest season? How did it compare to the other seasons? How does it compare to the whole Star Wars universe?
I mean, I'm normally towing the company line when it comes to the Walt Disney Corporation,
and you're very forgiving. I mean, I was telling Matt earlier, even when you like a Star Wars thing more than me, I always like your perspective because I'm like, oh yeah, Dave makes some good points. You almost can turn me a little bit, so this is surprising to hear. All right, go ahead.
In a word, toilet.
Wow. Wow.
I don't know. I'm hating on, I hate to say this, but I'm hating on everything that Disney has been doing with Star Wars lately. And I guess the problem is they have, Rogue One was good. I liked where they went with Rogue One. I actually liked Solo. I mean, you know,
I like
thought it was
Solo also.
I thought it was a
I'm
good
fine with
popcorn
it.
flick. I could watch it any time of the day, but they're just. It's like the first season, the second season, they were building, and then like the third season, it's like they had a board meeting and decided we're going in this direction.
It was time to
And
sell
it's-
toys. Is what it
Yeah,
was.
it just, I don't know. I think just like what they did with the Book of Boba Fett, they fumbled it. And I mean, I know we have like 20 minutes to discuss, but I would say toilet.
That's
I think
amazing.
that might actually be harsher than what I would say.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to hear Dave said this. Because Dave, I mean, you're a positive guy too. You have a positive outlook on
I
things.
really am, and
this one, so this is a lot for you to say toilet. Now, but did you like season 1 and 2 though?
Yes. Oh yeah,
Me
I
too.
did.
Okay.
I like season 1. I mean, you know, I actually I have to get it from my mother, but they filmed me when Luke came on. The first time when Luke showed up, and I mean, I was almost at tears. You know, I mean, you know, to see Luke, you know,
There were a lot of YouTube clips like that.
Yes, yeah, you know, I mean, to see Luke in his prime, 30 years after, you know, it was incredible. But they've just been putting out crap product after crap product.
What did you think of Andor? I loved Andor.
Oh, Andor was good. I enjoyed Andor. I
didn't see it.
Yeah,
Gotta
Andor's
see it.
very good. You got to watch.
It's
yeah.
Star Wars for adults.
Yes, yeah, it's definitely that darker side. But I just, you know, the sequel trilogy. I mean, I still want someone to explain to me the ending. I mean,
It's a
name of the
dumpster
movie-
fire. That's the
name of
explanation.
The movie is The Rise of Skywalker, because at the end of the movie, she arbitrarily changes her name to Skywalker.
Yeah.
I just.
And
you
now
know,
they're bringing her back for another
yes,
movie, which is just mind blowing.
Supposedly another trilogy, and you know, and the other thing that I hate to say is I don't want to use the term saturation, but what bothers me is, you know, when we were kids, Darth Vader was the ultimate evil. There was no rhyme or reason why Darth Vader was a bad guy. You know, now we've got to kind of feel sorry for him. You know, the
Everybody's got to be complicated.
everybody's right. And like, you know, when all you knew coming into, you know, 10 years ago, really 10, 15 years ago, yeah, there were the novels and the comics that gave you a little bit more insight, but it's like, you know, Obi-Wan and Yoda were the only two survivors of Order 66. You know, now there's like 700 of them. It's like,
that's true.
It's like literally it went from there was 2 left to like, hey, what about like those 30 people over there? Like, oh, you know, and it's just
We
I don't
missed
know.
a floor.
Right, they're just like they're doing too much, and you tie
And
it
sometimes
all together.
fundamentally changing certain things. I mean,
Correct.
you go back to Obi-Wan, you know, and then you link it to the beginning of Star Wars when Princess Leia sends him the message and she says, "Years ago, you saved my father in the Clone War."
Right.
Oh, yeah, and then there was that time you saved me from the guy that played the nihilist in The Big Lebowski.
Right. It just, you know, and you tie it together with the
Exactly.
with the Disney, you know, they built the Star Wars land, which we could have a conversation about what atrocious that was.
I'll
then
never
they
go.
built the hotel. Again, you know, they're trying to push the I don't want to say like this, the modern movies, but the fan base is based off the original trilogy.
Yeah.
You know, and like when I can remember, you know, it's funny. I can remember it was at the St. Mary's Food Festival when it tells you what a moment in my life this was, right? I was at the St. Mary's Food Festival when they announced that they were building the Star Wars land. And I can remember when they said it was going to be an unknown planet and you could choose your own adventure. And I said, that's it. It's over. You know, if you're going to build a Star Wars land, it's got to be Tatooine. If you're going to build this hotel, you know, you
Cloud City.
It's got to be right. You know, but then you build this hotel that is tanking. Nobody's going to it. They're
Supposedly
giving
they're going to be changing the whole thing
Yeah.
very soon. Like they've been laying off people that work there, like the actors and all that stuff. It's there've been mass layoffs.
And how did they tie it in? They tied it in with a loose reference of a comic book episode that like nobody's really reading, and it's because Han and Leia went on that ship in their honeymoon. Like what?
Wow.
And then they're tying it into the sequel trilogy even worse.
Right. I'm sure, you know, just like I mean, they mentioned I believe in Rogue One, they mentioned Batu. just to try to tie it into the movies. But it's like, which is Star Wars land is technically the planet of Batuu. I just it's killing me because it's like I decided a couple months ago that after starting this season of The Mandalorian, I know my 3 movies. I've got my toy X-wing and my toy lightsaber from the 80s that I saved, and that's going to be my Star Wars.
Well, let me ask you a question.
This is depressing.
Because I've been thinking about this a lot. Did we really need a season 3 of The Mandalorian? Because like the ending of season 2 was perfect. It would have been like a great way for it to go out.
Right. Because the other thing is, now and then it really, you had what I call season 2A, which was the Book of Boba Fett, which just derailed into,
Well, that was a rush job.
Oh yeah. But like it just, you're right. Season 2, you could have said, hey, you know what? We nailed this one. We're gonna walk away. And you would have, something obviously happened to Grogu that he's not in the sequel series. We don't know what, but leave the mystery. I mean, Yoda's species has enough mystery. Leave a little more.
I agree.
That's fascinating to me. Like I thought, I loved Mandalorian season 1 and 2, and I'm not like a diehard Star Wars guy, so I'm just coming at it from the fact it was entertaining, and I loved how it was this self-contained story, episodic television, and I loved how it was based on westerns and spaghetti westerns, and it kind of reminded me, it was like Star Wars, but it was like the man with no name. It was like the good, the bad, and the ugly. It was Clint Eastwood. It was this coolest character ever. And he's going around with a baby, but that even this season, the connection between the two of them, I find that moving. I like that part of it.
Yeah.
But just this season, my main problem with it was, first of all, every episode felt like it was 2 hours.
Yeah. It was meandering because there was no real purpose going on until those last 2 episodes.
Right.
Yeah. So at the beginning, you're just, well, hold on. I just took myself off my own point.
Sorry.
Because no, it's me. It's me. Cause I'm just, my mind is done at this point. But so the man with one name, right? You got Clint Eastwood. He's the anti-hero. It's all about him. Imagine if they remade The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and there were like 17 men with no names. There were 17 Clint Eastwood characters, because that's what this season was. Instead of just having Mando, right? There's too many of them. There's too many Mandalorian, and I just found it distracting.
I have 2 theories about
it diluted everything.
I firmly believe that this season was really all about merchandising this show. That's why they reunited him with Grogu, because they really didn't have to. That story, that ship had sailed. But, Grogu's a big money maker. All the plushy toys, the figures, all that stuff, you got to keep that going. And then if you could sell a whole bunch of Mandalorian action figures, and each one's different and each one's painted, special, that's more collector's stuff to do. I know that sounds very cynical, but it's just my personal feeling of it. And the other reason I really think they did it is because they're really just trying to push this universe that, you're getting these other shows now. And, as far as the Ahsoka show goes, I know I'm going off on a tangent there. If you haven't seen,
but you can't, when you talk about Star Wars nowadays, the whole thing's a tangent. So go ahead. Sorry.
If you haven't seen the animated show, Star Wars Rebels, you're probably really going to be lost when that show begins.
Right. It's funny. I remember like Rebels was like a late at night. I couldn't sleep. I'll throw an episode or 2 on Netflix. And it was a good series. It filled in.
I feel that Rebels at the time was more satisfying for a Star Wars fan than the sequel trilogy.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly with that. And then they finished it off. The new season of the Bad Batch came through, but it's just, again, it went from Luke and Obi-Wan, Yoda and Obi-Wan being the only 2.
Yeah.
To they're everywhere now. Yeah. And it makes you wonder, what was Vader doing for all those years?
Yeah, they didn't break canon, but they bent the crap out of it to where it's almost unrecognizable.
Even going, like you said, going back to Obi-Wan, I can't even remember what are they called? Not the Enforcer. Help me out here. The Inquisitor.
The Inquisitor.
The Inquisitor.
Sorry.
She finds Luke, and then like Obi-Wan talks her out of it.
Oh, right.
So like
because she was secretly trying to bring down Darth Vader.
Right. Oh, I forgot how terrible that was.
As soon as she turned around, Obi-Wan should have lightsabered her and been like, "All right, we're gonna keep this one secret." But instead, it just, I don't know. It's just too much. And like you mentioned, Leia, like you don't remember him.
Yeah, right. Like, how do you not mention that?
Right.
How do
like,
you?
how did you? Right. Like, oh my God, you look just like that guy.
My other theory about the Mandalorian this year is I really think that they're going to shift focus away from Din Djarin.
Oh,
I really think Bo-Katan going
Yes.
forward is going to be the main character of the show.
I think where Book of Boba Fett bet to be Mandalorian, you're going to see Ahsoka bending a little bit to add Bo-Katan in.
Yeah.
So it's just I don't know. They're intertwining so much that it's just like, like you said, it's almost like someone's sitting in a room and they're, well, how can we make money off this?
Yeah.
And it is. I mean, you can't even find Yoda stuff anymore. If you Google Yoda, it's all Grogu.
Yeah.
It's like, I just, I don't know. I feel like lately,
I really believe the only reason they changed Boba Fett's costume for the show was just to sell new toys. That way, like if you already had a Boba Fett figure from the original series, from the original trilogy, what did you need to? Why would you need to buy another Boba Fett action figure? But now he's got a new costume. Now you have to.
Right, and there's no action figures anymore. They're all the Black Series.
They're all Black series.
They sell out in 5 minutes.
Everything's $20 now. It's a $20 toy now. Yeah.
It's funny because growing up, my as much as I was a Star Wars nut, I grew up. I was late. I always say I made it fashionably late for the 70s. But I mean, growing up in the 80s, I was a big G.I. Joe fan.
Sure. So was I.
And I had the aircraft carrier up.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Wow. You were that kid.
I was balling.
You were that kid. You were that one kid in the neighborhood.
And a couple months ago when I went to Target, they had the original action figures, repackaged.
Yeah.
And I was like, they got me. I got Shipwreck upstairs. I'm like,
Well, Eugene and I have a friend who's a big toy collector. And I was talking to him about this the other day. And like all of his Black Series stuff, he can barely even give it away now. Like he always like flips toys and like tries to make it like he's literally like giving it away or trying to sell it for like slightly less than he bought it for now.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I mean, hopefully
collectors ruin everything.
Well, collectors do. And the problem is nowadays too. There's too much out there for collecting. Everything is a limited edition. In the Incredibles, when everyone's incredible, right? Nothing special. It's the truth.
And they're doing the same thing with like with movies, like even like the exploitation movies. I was watching a video the other day that they'll come out with just a new version of whatever horror movie every 5 years, and everyone's just endlessly buying the same.
We're
movie.
getting a Friday the 13th prequel show.
It's like, what is it, like Thursday the 12th?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just everything is. I mean, even obviously Marvel's not doing that good. They're it's just it's playing out. I mean, I'll tell you. Have you seen Mario Brothers?
No.
I
don't have kids, so
my kid wanted to see.
So yeah, so we went over April break. It was the culmination of April break. I think there was something like 20 something of us that went. With everybody brought their kids, and I had all 3 of mine there. We were ready to go. Mario Brothers, but like when the movie started, he's in Punch Out Pizzeria. And like the nostalgia hanging on the wall is like every Don Flamingo photos and the King, it was like
Little Joe behind the counter or whatever.
Yes, he was Little Joe pictures, the green boxing gloves hanging everywhere. They nailed that movie from the nostalgia part, but it was a great story. I loved it.
Oh, no kidding. Okay.
I actually I'm trying because right now, obviously, currently Universal's in process of building their 3rd park in Florida, but at Universal Hollywood, they just opened their first Nintendo World.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, and like it looks so much fun. Like I want to go there.
So it's like an amusement park, roller coasters, but it's all Nintendo.
But it's
stuff?
all Nintendo. Yeah, they actually have a Mario Kart ride. They have like Bowser's Castle. Like you go.
Oh no,
it
kidding.
looks like yep. So it's just I feel like Disney's losing and Universal is starting to creep up on them.
Yeah.
And the I don't know, and the whole Disney shakeup between Chapek and Iger and that whole
a lot of people are still blaming Kathleen Kennedy for all of this.
I'm saying we could probably spend 3 hours alone on that.
Yeah.
But it just, I don't know. I think they've lost a step or two. But like I tell everybody, historically, when Disney has started down the road of failure, greatness follows. Their first run down that road was the in the 80s when it was starting to go under. There was talks of companies buying Disney out.
As a kid, I remember thinking like the Disney was done as a real little kid, because it was like Disney movies weren't really they were the old fashioned movies, and they came back with the Lion King,
right.
and it was like
and
totally
then
reborn.
Eisner came in and flipped around in the Disney decade, and it went strong. So
I have an aunt who's an animator. She used to direct for some like very big animated shows in the 80s and 90s. I remember being a little kid in the early 80s and her telling me like Disney's never going to be what it once was. Enjoy all those old movies, because like that's all you're going to get.
Yeah, so that's my hope, is that pattern repeats itself, where
it'll come back.
Out of this we're going to get some good stuff.
Yeah, and just bringing it back to the Mandalorian season 3 for a second. And again, I went in with high hopes because I really liked the first 2 seasons. But just the way it began, like, they concentrate on what the Imperial workers who are being retrained, who have gone to like this.
Yeah.
That was kind of creepy. There's like, they're in some time. I don't know. That was kind of weird.
I would call it almost the torture scene where they put him in the mind machine.
Yeah. I don't know whom I was supposed to be feeling bad for.
It reminded me of one of those episodes of The Sopranos where they just go, where it's just like this like one-off thing, where they go into the woods and it's just like the two of them.
Right. Oh,
but it's not that good. It's not nearly as good as that episode.
Is that the Pine Lands or whatever it's called?
Yeah, the Pine Barrens.
The Pine Barrens, right?
Which is only like 5 minutes from where I live.
Paulie and Christopher chase the Russian guy, and then they never find him. That is, I mean, it's widely regarded. It's Steve Buscemi directed that, I believe.
Yes, he did.
But yeah, they start off like that. They drop us in this other world. They introduce these new characters, and again, and the other thing with these new Star Wars things, the chief bad guys are never intimidating anymore. Right. I'm always, so then we're supposed to care about these new characters, and then they just kind of. They don't revisit it. And then the Mandalorian has to go for a swim by like episode 3. I thought the whole thing was like, oh my God, he's going to go back to his planet. He's going to go in these sacred waters. And then that's taken care of. And it's like totally anticlimactic.
The payoff was not as good as the buildup. Right. Even like when you found out Moff Gideon's big sinister plan, like, yeah, I kind of like guess that's what it sort of was, last season.
I thought bringing him back was a mistake.
Like twist or big surprise to any of it.
And the way he reveals his big plans, I mean, all he needed was the mustache.
I was just about to say it was twirling mustache.
And I would have gotten away with
one-dimensional bad guy.
Kids.
What'd you say, Dave? I stepped on you.
And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kevin Brennan laugh. Anyway, that was so disappointing. And I was, I still love the character and I'll give it another try. But yeah, between that and the way they wrecked the Book of Boba Fett by bringing in the Vespa riding Gen Z, whatever they were, that was so bad.
The mods, they were based on the mods rockers dynamic from the 60s.
Like Boba Fett being like, he was the most mysterious, like badass guy in the 80s. And then he's like, now he's a diplomat trying to make peace amongst everybody.
And now he's in therapy for his anger issues. Right. It's kind of like they'll just ruin it.
I always had a joke that the downfall of our society goes back to the play Wicked. Right? When we were kids, she was the Wicked Witch. She was just an evil person. Yeah. And then Wicked came out and there's a whole sob backstory, and then the same thing happened with Vader, and it just all goes downhill. When I was a kid and you saw Darth Vader, you were afraid of him because you just knew that the man was pure evil. Now it's like, well, he was trying to save his wife, and like everybody.
Some things don't need to be deconstructed.
Right,
not everything does.
Michael Myers and Halloween, they've tried the same stuff.
Yeah, like Freddy was a good guy, and then he bought the wrong sweater. Like, and you're like, oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, I don't have the horror references that you guys do.
I like that though.
I would watch that movie.
Norman was a great guy. His mother just yelled at him one too many times.
She was a little too hard on him. Yeah, and also,
how is the Great Give going? Are we winning?
Well, if I knew how to count, I'm trying to think I mean, I think our donations for the Valley Indy, I mean, I think last year we raised $17,000. I remember one year, I think we raised $10,000 by day one. So right now I'm 55% toward goal. I've raised $5,490. This thing ends at 8 p.m. tomorrow. So, I mean, I guess it kind of, I don't know. It feels like donations are slower than they have been in years past.
It's a tough economy.
And the Great Give expands. There's more organizations involved than ever. So those are people competing for, we're all competing for a limited amount of dollars. So, but then again, maybe this is right on track, that's the, I don't know. I'm just a reporter and editor. I should really try to trend. All right, how did this do? How much money did we raise 2 years ago at this point? And I just don't know. But I get the sense that it's a little slower than it's been in years past. But also, I didn't do some of the things. I didn't send out. Usually I'm 2 weeks preparing for this, right? I kind of left it all to the last minute only because I had some my old man was in the hospital for a little bit. He was 85 years old. I had that going on. And so I didn't send out postcards with save the dates. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but
Couldn't
we'll
you just
see.
extend it through the weekend?
Yeah, you got nothing to do. Just keep doing this.
Yeah, but I'm not in charge. No, I'm not. The Great Give is not me. That's people have asked, can I use PayPal? I'm like, that has nothing to do with me. I'm just a beneficiary. I'm just accepting the money, and I don't have to process credit cards. I don't have to send out letters to people that they keep because these are tax deductible donations. So the genius of the Great Give is that, for one day, we have this massive development arm happening that processes all these donations for us. That's what makes it, I'm a one-man operation. So that is a godsend. So, I mean, the fact that donations might be slower than they were in years past, I can't complain. I mean, we've got $5,000 raised since 8 a.m. this morning.
What we need to do is set up a Jerry Lewis-like telethon for you.
That's kind of what this is, though, because I have been doing.
But we need entertainment. We need
you want
a little more razzle dazzle.
Dancing, right?
You want people.
Tony
to
Orlando
sing.
and Dawn.
I know the thing is, all my connections are to foul-mouthed, insane YouTube comedy people through Insufferable Bastards.
That's
true. I can't bring. I tried to get. So Cardiff Electric is a floating potato. He comes on. I mean, he was going to do it. But I mean, we had Jackie Martling one year, Jackie Martling from the Howard Stern show. Then again, nobody knew who the hell he was. So I don't know. We're weird. All right. We're not your dad's newspaper. I've accepted that at this part, but I don't know. I can't complain. Anybody who donates, it's so greatly appreciated.
So I'm going to throw a shout out for, the Storm Ambulance Corps. They're on there.
Yeah.
I believe you have another. Did my father go on yet or no?
He didn't go on yet. I'm playing that one. Hold on. I think it's 5:00 tomorrow. We go a full half hour. It's a good interview because he came prepared. Oh, wait, I don't have it with me.
He's got nothing else to do. He's retired,
Yeah, that's one of the things I ask him. I'm like, my father's 85 and he retired at age 83. Basically, he had to. You know what I mean? I think he was a liability for the town where he was police chief. And I asked your father, I'm like, when are you going to, those guys, they never retire. Like you, Dave, you'll be working, firefighters, I guess. Maybe that's a little different.
Yeah, I got 9 years left up here and then I'm out.
Good.
My father retired at 68. He said, I'm done. That's it.
Yeah, no, I don't know. There's something about, I think it's a cop thing. Maybe they're always working 19 jobs and they never take a day off. I'm trying to see. Okay. 5 p.m. tomorrow, 5 p.m. Thursday, May 4th. I have it on valleyindy.org. Derby Storm.
The less
Chief
fun Lenart.
Thomas Lenart. Yeah, no, he was great. He was great actually. So anyway, guys, maybe we'll call it a night because I don't have any other, I can't even speak at this point, but thank you guys both for closing this out. Yeah, and that was really cool. I mean, hey, I wanted to talk about The Mandalorian, and you guys really brought it because you know your stuff. I didn't know half the stuff about the parks and how they're tying it in. I'm going. Everything. There is no Santa Claus, is what I've learned.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right, guys. Let yourselves out using the leave studio thing, and I'll just do one last thank you to everybody who's donated. Thanks, guys. All right, that was Dave Lenart and Matt Maisto. Dave Lenart, of course, former Derby alderman, former Derby fire chief, former chief of Derby Storms, Bridgeport firefighter. Thanks for taking the time just to come on and hang out. So I'm going back to donate.valleyindy.org. I just want to go through and thank everybody who's donated so far today. Just takes a second to bring up all the names. I mean, this thing continues straight through the night. Maybe I'll leave. I have like hold screen that maybe I'll just let it go all through the night. And anybody who wants to donate, you can certainly donate as the night wears on. I've had a lot of donations. I mean, that's cool to see so many people donating, the sheer number. Give me 1 second. I apologize. I keep hitting see more donations, see more donations, see more donations. Okay, now I'm going to share the screen, and this will be the last thing I do tonight. Thanks to anybody who is watching or watched through the course of the day, and a huge thanks to all the nonprofits that came on, and I hope you all do really well and hit your goals for the Great Give, which ends tomorrow at 8 p.m. So Nancy, Nancy, Nikki and Duke, thank you for your generous donation. Maria Tangretti, thank you very much. Zoe's Pizza up in Seymour, shout out to my landlord. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Miss Christine Curtis, Jim Marr, the Gherkins family, the great Rick Dunn, Alderman Ron Sill, Michael Winmeyer, thank you so much. A lot of these names are every year they donate to the Valley Indy. Very much appreciated. KW, Miss Maureen Moran, Pam Mosier, Christine Conroy, an anonymous donation, Joe and Linda Tamano, Alan Tima, Dylan Carlson, Carol Kirby, Paul Wedowitz, Mary Harbal, Anonymous, Al Bruno, Michael McFarland, Dorothy Gleason, Beth and Chris Carson, and they said they're proud to continue to support the Valley Independent Sentinel on World Press Freedom Day. Thank you so much, and for noting that it is World Press Freedom Day. Diane Favier, Carol Pendergast, Barbara Jean Garofalo, Jack Jerkowski, Donald Smith, David Morgan, Kim Lewis, Richard Knoll, Rose Ruchin, Kaylee, Anonymous, Dominic J. Thomas, Mary Angst, I apologize, Chris and Nina Phipps, Lois Ann Marazzi, Samantha Bergen, Melissa Pucci, Jack Walsh, Susan Agame. Spooner House will be on tomorrow, I think 11 a.m. Mark Abraham, Kathy Moran again. Kathy, I hope you realize you donated twice. I hope that wasn't a mistake, but if it is, you can go in and take care of it by, I think you can just email them. It should be very easy, or reach out to me and I can take care of it for you. Anonymous donation, Stephen Erlinghauser, thank you very much. Michelle Lenan, anonymous donation, Megan Del Sol, anonymous donation, John Feder and Stephen J. Adamowski, an avid reader, Zach Sosnovich, Sheila O'Malley, Helen Pippa, Donald Sosnovich, James Gildea, in memory of his late wife, Tracy Gildea, who always gave Jim the freedom to participate in public service. What a nice message. Anonymous donation, Betty McConney, Laura Harris, Jordan D. Jones, my mother-in-law. Again, my mother-in-law is donating. I can't be that bad of a guy if my mother-in-law is donating. Jackie Cockerham, thank you so much. Susan Smay, Ethan Fry, anonymous donation. Lisa P., Matt Dorenzo, Linda Lucia, anonymous donation. Linda Todd, Richard Rowlandson, Julia Soto, and Hairfin, the Derby dude who invented a product, an entrepreneur, and appeared on Shark Tank on ABC television, I think within the last year. That's everybody who's donated thus far. Nope, I just lost my page. Sorry about that. And again, we're 57% towards our $10,000 goal. That's 76 people. I just read off. They have donated $5,690 through donate.valleyindy.org. Overall, $1.6 million has been raised for hundreds of nonprofits here in the Naugatuck Valley. So that is all good news. Good news all around. I'm going to stop sharing this page. And I guess maybe I'm going to leave this stream up, but I'm going to have because why not? Well, if I say be right back, well, I don't know, how should I do this? Because I'm not going to be right back because I need to go to sleep. But all right, we'll cheat. I'm going to put a be right back screen up there that's going to play on a loop through the night. But also I'll have something explaining that I'll be back at 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. or thereabouts. All right. Thank you to everybody. God bless. Good luck. We will see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Valley Indy Great Give live stream. Signing off 10:34. So we went from 7:45 to 10:30 at night. Goodbye.